Good morning and welcome to another weekend edition of the joint meeting of the Assembly Committee on Ways and Means and the Senate Committee on Finance. Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Senator Canizero, Senator Dondero-Loop, Senator Gyokichia, Senator Harris, Senator Neal, Senator Wynn, Senator Severs-Gansert, Senator Titus, Assemblywoman Anderson, Assemblywoman Backus, Assemblywoman Brown-May, Assemblywoman Dickman, Assemblywoman Gorlow, Assemblyman Hafen, Assemblywoman Howdigi, Assemblywoman Kasama, Assemblyman Miller, Assemblyman O'Neill, Assemblywoman Peters, Assemblyman Watts, Assemblyman Yeager, Chair Monroe Marino.
And I am here. Will you please mark Senator Canizero, Assemblywoman Backus, and Assemblywoman Peters excused absence. Thank everyone for joining us here today. I think there is one person behind the podium down in Vegas, so thank you for joining us in Las Vegas. Just a few housekeeping matters. If you have any electronic devices with you, please put them on mute or turn them off. If you'd like to call in at the end of our meeting for public comment, that number is 888-475-4499. Our meeting ID for today is 88249290-513, and then press pound. For public comment, you'll have 2 minutes for your comments, and that will be, again, at the end of today's meeting. We are going to take a few things out of order today, and we are removing one thing from our agenda. Under the Department of Health and Human Services, we will not be hearing the Division of Child and Family Services today. So if you're here for that, good morning. Thanks for joining us, but you can go home. I'm sorry I got you up so early on a Saturday. And because we have troops that are coming home today, we want to make sure the general is there to welcome them back home. So we're going to take the Office of Military first on our agenda today. All right? So with that, we'll start with our first thing on our agenda now, and it's the Office of the Military.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Nancy Morris, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. I will be presenting the subcommittee report for the Office of the Military. The Joint Subcommittee on Public Safety, Natural Resources, and Transportation completed its review of the Office of the Military budgets for the 2023-25 biennium. The closing recommendations of the subcommittee resulted in general fund increases totaling $192,051 in fiscal year 2024 and $156,146 in fiscal year 2025. The subcommittee recommended the following closing actions. Military Budget Account 3650, the subcommittee recommended approval of general fund appropriations totaling $148,483 and federal funds of $674,076 over the 2023-25 biennium for one new unclassified Starbase Program Deputy Administrator position for the Starbase Henderson Program, one new unclassified Youth Challenge Program Deputy Administrator, and one new unclassified Youth Programs Administrator position to administer the Office of the Military's youth programs, as recommended in Budget Amendments A231613650, A231603650, and A231503650. In addition, the subcommittees recommended issuing a letter of intent requiring the office to provide annual reports to the Interim Finance Committee on the status of the Battle-Born Youth Challenge Program. The subcommittees recommended approval of the governor's recommendation as amended by Budget Amendment A231453650 for one new unclassified cybersecurity specialist position funded with general fund appropriations of $294,277 over the 23-25 biennium. The subcommittee further recommended approval of the governor's recommendation for 2 new National Guard range specialist positions funded with general fund appropriations of $234,964 over the 2023-25 biennium to operate a new small arms firing range contingent upon approval of the governor's recommended capital improvement program project to design and construct a new small arms firing range in southern Nevada. The subcommittee recommended approval of general fund appropriations of $1.1 million and federal funds of $757,416 over the 2023-25 biennium for 5 new administration positions, 5 new facilities management positions, 1 new unclassified psychological health manager position, and 3 new military security officer positions. In the Emergency Operations Center Budget 3655, the subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation to increase facilities maintenance expenditures by $100,968 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium. In the State Active Duty Budget 3658, the subcommittee recommended approval to include language in the 2023 Appropriations Act to allow the Adjutant General to request an advance from the State General Fund of not more than $50,000 per activation if the Nevada National Guard is ordered to active duty by the governor and the Adjutant General determines expenditures will be required, which is $25,000 more than recommended by the governor. In the National Guard Benefits Budget Account 3653, the subcommittee recommended approval of one-time general fund appropriations of $14,067 in fiscal year 2024 to fully reimburse tuition reimbursement requests received in fiscal year 2022, which were partially reimbursed. The Division of Emergency Management Budget 3673, the subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation for 1 new program officer position to serve as a statewide 911 coordinator funded with general fund appropriations of $162,566 over the 2023-25 biennium. Finally, the subcommittee recommended closing the following Office of the Military budgets as recommended by the governor with minor or technical adjustments. Adjutant General's Special Armory Account, Budget 3652, the Patriot Relief Fund, 3654, Emergency Management Assistance Grants, Budget Account 3674, and Homeland Security, 3675. The subcommittee provided fiscal staff with authority to make other technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you so much for that report. Members, any questions on the subcommittee's budget closing report? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
So moved.
Second, Madam Chair.
We have a motion from Senator Dondera-Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go back to the top of our agenda for today, and we have the Governor's Office, the COVID-19 relief programs. And we'll welcome Mr. Leiser to the table.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committees. My name is Brody Leiser with the LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. I'm grateful for you all that you have the new comfortable chairs as we get ready to walk through the closing for the COVID-19 relief programs budget. This budget was heard on March 20th, and the committees held a work session on April 4th. There's, just as a reminder, on June 4th, 2021, the state received its $2.739 billion allocation of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. The funds received by the state must be obligated by December 31st, 2024, and expended by December 31st, 2026. The first 8 or 9 pages of the closing packet for this budget is information that has been presented to the members both during the budget hearing and during the work session. So I will go through some of this information and provide a high-level overview, but try and get through those pages as quickly as I can. And if I'm not going quickly enough, Madam Chair, feel free to give me the whirly-bird. So as I mentioned, the state was approved and received an allocation of $2.739 billion in these funds. To date, there's been approximately $2.729 billion of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds that have been authorized for expenditure. Currently, in fiscal year 2023, there's $2.263 billion authorized. A substantial number of the programs for which funding has been approved will occur over a multi-year period. And I'll give the committee just an update on the numbers of what has been spent to date. To date, in fiscal year 2024, there was approximately $440.4 million expended. That's about 16% of the state's total allocation. Fiscal year 25, year to date, as of April 27th, $131.8 million has been expended, about 4.8% of the state's total allocation. In total, $572.2 million has been expended year to date. That's about just under 21% of the state's total allocation. At the bottom of page 4 of your closing packet, there's a little discussion on what's included in the governor's recommended budget. Would note, just as a reminder, there were a number of programs approved during the interim that were identified as multi-year programs, but for which funding was only approved, say, for fiscal year 23 through the Interim Finance Committee. To continue those programs through the upcoming biennium, the base budget includes approximately $26.1 million. In addition, there's about $5.3 million in enhancement decision units for programs such as grant monitoring, staffing for the Department of Health and Human Services, warehousing costs to store personal protective equipment. Those are all identified under the other closing items and either have been or will be discussed in the individual agency budget closings. Moving on to page 5. Within the executive budget, after accounting for the removal of some duplication of funds, there's approximately $1.1 billion of budgeted authority that's funded with coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. That's inclusive of the $26.1 million and the $5.3 million that I had just mentioned. As I mentioned, there's $2.26 billion in authority currently in fiscal year 2023. And as you can understand, with only $1.1 billion budgeted in the upcoming biennium in the executive budget, 100% of the projected expenditures that will occur over the 23-25 biennium are currently not accounted for in the governor's recommended budget. And this was some of the discussion that we had during the work session, and I'll talk about updates and revisions that have been made based on direction that came out of the work session to account for some of the funding that is expected over the upcoming biennium, but not currently reflected in the executive budget. Just as a reminder for the committee members, NRS 353.220, subsection 8, paragraph B, state agencies are allowed to balance forward unexpended balances of authorized funding for expenditure from one fiscal year to the next, as long as there is no change in purpose for those funds. However, as discussed during the work session, the Money Committee's directed staff to work on and bring forward revisions in an effort to try and account for 100% of the projected expenditures that will occur over the 2023 biennium. And this was done in order to ensure that state agencies have a clear expenditure plan for the next 2 years, also intended to demonstrate an obligation of funds by the December 31st, 2024 deadline, and within the legislatively approved budget, and to memorialize legislative priorities for the expenditure of these funds. Moving on to page 6, we've also had some discussions about the projected expenditures that will be in the 25-27 biennium. And some of the programs that have been approved to date will have expenditures out into fiscal years 26 and partially into fiscal year 27. Those expenditures, projected expenditures, were not accounted for in the governor's recommended budget, similarly to the comments that I just made. The Money Committees expressed an interest in accounting for those future biennium projected expenditures within the legislatively approved budget for the upcoming biennium. And we'll talk a little bit about how that will be accomplished as I move forward with my presentation. We've had some discussions about the obligation of funds and meeting the December 31st, 2024 deadline. Just as a reminder, during the March 20th, 2022 budget hearing, the Governor's Finance Office did testify that the existence of positions and program expenditures that are budgeted with coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds would be sufficient to demonstrate an obligation of funds, but that continued monitoring of the federal guidance and feedback would be required. Further, the testimony indicated that the notices of allocations that are issued by the Governor's Finance Office would serve as confirmation of constituting an obligation of these funds to meet that December 31st, 2024 deadline. Moving on to page 7, there's some discussion here around the current reimbursement policy for funds. Just as a reminder, under the current policy of the Governor's Finance Office, agencies typically will incur expenditures prior to the receipt of reimbursements. The policy transfers coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds on a reimbursement basis upon request and receipt of supporting documentation demonstrating that expenditures have been approved and are compliant with federal requirements for use of the funds. This is dependent on timely processing for the reimbursements is dependent upon the agencies and organizations submitting complete and accurate supporting documentation, that there's sufficient resources to review, receive, and approve those requests, and then to process the actual transfer payment transaction. The committees have expressed concerns with ensuring that these funds are expended by the December 31st, 2026 deadline, and that little to no funds end up being reverted back to the federal government, and have expressed concerns with the reimbursement process. So there will be a decision point here in a few minutes about regarding that reimbursement policy and direction that came out of the work session. On page 8, there's just some information, just as confirmed with the Governor's Finance Office. The U.S. Treasury does not limit advances of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. And the final rule does specify that advances of the funds are permissible, and there's not a restriction or requirement for these funds to be provided only on a reimbursement basis. the bottom of page 8 and moving on to page 9, there's just some brief information about the unobligated funds as calculated by staff. There's a table at the top of page 9 that was presented in your work session document. What this table demonstrates, if you go left to right, is the $2.7 billion that was received by the state, less the FY22 actual expenditures, less the FY23 authority, less the funding that's recommended in the governor's budget, as well as about approximately $2 million that's been set aside to fund COLAs as recommended by the governor for positions that are funded with coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. That leaves a balance of about approximately $1.1 million. And again, this is consistent with the information that was presented to you during the work session. I'll talk here in a little bit about the savings that has been identified, as well as the remaining unallocated funds under the $100 million authority that was set aside for state agencies. The staff has identified just under $34 million in savings, and I'll talk through where that's coming from here shortly. So that's my brief recap, Madam Chair, and now we'll get into the discussion and decision points that we have for consideration for the committee. On page 9, as I previously mentioned, due to concerns with the delays in the implementation of programs that have been approved, and some concerns with the obligations of funds, the likelihood that all funds would be expended by December 31st, 2026, and delays and hurdles in implementing some of the approved programs, there was a work session held on April 4th, 2023. And during that work session, the money committees provided fiscal staff with direction. There were 4 issues that were discussed during that work session. Those are listed at the bottom of page 9. The first 2 have to do with accounting for those projected expenditures over the upcoming biennium and or the subsequent biennium that are not currently in the governor's budget. The third item is relating to the policy of reimbursement and considering a policy to require the advancement of funds. And then fourth was information on unobligated funding as well as projected savings. And so we've grouped the decision points based on those 4 items. On page 10 of your closing packet, there's a bulleted list on page 10 that just recaps the direction that the committee's provided to the fiscal staff and for which this information has been brought back and that I'll start to get into in a little bit more detail. We were directed to work with the governor's finance office and state agencies on the projected expenditures over the upcoming biennium. The money committees did provide fiscal staff with authority to make technical adjustments across the board relating to projected expenditures for the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. Fiscal staff was directed to provide the committees with a summary and reconciliation of approved authorizations of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds as well as any identified adjustments. And that's the table that I'll go over here shortly. As I mentioned, the money committees expressed their intent that funds be transferred and made available immediately to state agencies and organizations, and to consider a policy that would advance 50% of authorized funds. We were also specifically directed to look at the remaining authority under the $100 million that has been set aside for state agencies, and to bring back, as I mentioned earlier, identified savings that have been estimated at this point. So at the bottom of page 10, is a discussion under items 1 and 2. There's been a table that's been provided as part of this closing packet. It should look familiar to you, fiscal staff. We've worked with state agencies as well as the governor's finance office in an effort to revise projected expenditures of approved programs. And we've updated these adjustments into attachment A, into this table. And these updates will include amounts as identified by staff and working with the agencies and the governor's finance office, as well as you all are aware, decision points have been brought forward to the various subcommittees as well as the full committees to make revisions as part of the closing process. And those have also been incorporated into this document. So just very briefly, I want to walk through attachment A, which is the table. As I mentioned, this table was presented during the work session. This also was made available as a public document. And so the difference in the table that you see today compared to what was presented at the work session is with one exception, we got rid of funding that had been duplicated, and I'll cover that here in a second. I have a correction to make to the table as presented. But the major updates are highlighted in yellow. Those yellow cells are revised amounts as compared to the table that was presented during the work session. And so just very quickly, if you look at the table, again, this information, the description along the left side is the same description that you have seen at every IFC meeting when we present the statement on coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. Column A represents the total approved allocation. Column B is actual fiscal year 22 expenditures. Column C is the authority in fiscal year 2023 and or the estimated expenditures that will occur in fiscal year 2023. Columns D and E represent the projected expenditures for these programs in fiscal years 24 and fiscal years 25. Column F represent projected expenditures that would occur over the 25 to 27 biennium. And column G then is basically the approved allocation, or column A less the sum of columns B through F. Where there's an amount in column G, there is notes that describe what those amounts represent. There was a number of savings that were identified with the close of fiscal year 2022. Those savings have all been essentially repurposed at this point. There are a handful of additional savings that are identified, and I'll talk about the major ones here in a minute when we go over the savings. I do, as I mentioned, I do have one correction to make, and that is on row 173 of attachment A. The two lone green cells on this document shouldn't be there. These amounts were, in essence, duplicated in the governor's recommended budget, and we did receive a revised projection for these amounts that I failed to update on this table that's presented to you, so I would like to correct those. In fiscal year 2024, the amount that we have is $7.7 million. In fiscal year 25, the amount is $4.8 million. That would eliminate the future year estimated amount and total the 7.7 plus the 4.8 would total the approved allocation for this program of $12.5 million. Do you need the number? I'm sorry. So 173, I'm sorry, row 173. Okay. With the vast majority, if not all of these revisions did not have an effect on the overall approved amount for the individual programs. It simply was a revision to the fiscal year in which the projected expenditures would occur. There was a handful of revisions that did result in savings, and I'll cover those major ones as I mentioned earlier. So going back to the narrative document on page 11, the second paragraph talks a little bit about the changes that we made. With that correction that I just noted, I'm going to give you some updated figures. The The first sentence of the second paragraph indicates that an additional $630.3 million in authority would be reflected in the budget. That should be $622.3 million with the correction that I just went over. In other words, accounting for those projected expenditures that were not in the executive budget, these adjustments added just over $622 million to the budget if those revisions are approved by the legislature, which would increase total authority over the biennium from the $1.133 billion in the governor's recommended budget to approximately $1.757 billion. The $1.757 billion, that's a corrected number. In your document, it's referenced as $1.764 billion. Again, with that correction that I just noted in the table, the total amount that would be reflected in the budget would be $1.757 billion. As we've made adjustments within the individual agency budgets to reflect these revised projections, we'll also need to make revisions to the COVID-19 budget itself. As you all are aware, the COVID-19 budget is what we refer to sometimes as the pitcher budget, and the agency budgets are the catcher budget. As submitted, the COVID-19 budget only includes about $32 million of expenditure authority over the biennium. And so we will be making revisions to align that budget with the $1.7 billion figure that I referenced earlier. I do want to note that any remaining authority in fiscal year 2023 from the original authorization that is not been expended and is not accounted for in the legislatively approved budget would be allowed to be balanced forward if it's for a project that is a multi-year commitment. So while we've made various adjustments to fiscal year 24 and 25, we also understand that there may be some unexpended authority in fiscal 23 that needs to balance forward, and agencies will have the authority to balance those funds to fiscal year 24. There just will need to be a reconciliation effort to do so, given that the legislatively approved budget is going to include a portion of the authorization for those programs. We've also had conversations about the 25-27 biennium expenditures, and the direction and discussions during the work session indicated that there is a desire to place the future biennium's expenditures within a dedicated reserve category within the individual budgets. This would demonstrate that the funding has been obligated for the agency, but would require a future work program or enhancement decision to be considered either by the IFC or during the 2025 legislative session. In the event that an agency needed that authority in fiscal year 2025, they would have the ability to request a work program and move funds out of reserve to the expenditure category. So, Madam Chair, with that brings us to the first decision point for the committees, which is on the top of page 12. Do the committees wish to approve the overall spending plan of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds as outlined in attachment A, including placing estimated 2025 to 27 biennium expenditures within a dedicated reserve category within agency budgets for the 2023 biennium to account for all projected spending of funds, which would require future approval either through the work program process or through the 2025 legislative session to move funds from reserves to an expenditure category. And I would just add to that, Madam Chair, if that motion could also include the correction to row 173 that I discussed previously.
Thank you so much. I will accept a motion to approve.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. You can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item covers what we had listed as item 3, and this is establishing a budget policy regarding the timing of transfer of the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds from the COVID-19 relief programs budget to state agency budgets and/or non-state organizations that's different than the current reimbursement process. During the April 4, 2023 work session, the committees expressed their intent that funds be transferred and made immediately available for state agencies and organizations for which programs have been approved. And that such a policy consider that 50% of funds be transferred to the agencies and organizations. Staff would recommend that such a policy to advance these funds be established beginning in fiscal year 2024. And to ensure the intent of the money committees could be implemented and managed effectively, information was solicited from the Governor's Finance Office. There's 5 items there in the middle of page 12 that the Governor's Finance Office has suggested with regards to a policy for specific parameters around the advancement of funds. That would be to look at a subrecipient's risk assessment, look at current subrecipient spending patterns for projects they identified as needing an advance of funds, considering the accuracy of backup information in previously submitted requests for reimbursements, looking at a project timeline and spending plan for each deliverable broken out by state fiscal year, and calculated demonstration of need for an advancement of funds to successfully implement the project to include estimated cash outlays that will be made during the period covered by the advance, less estimated cash on hand as of the beginning of the advance period. The Governor's Finance Office suggested that the policy to advance funds at 50% would be for look at the authority within a single fiscal year. So as we've talked about, some of these projects have projected expenditures over both fiscal 24 and 25. So the 50% advance would be for the fiscal 24 authority initially. A second advance could occur during the fiscal year, about mid-year, once an agency has demonstrated that it has expended the previous advance in accordance with the project deliverables and has provided appropriate documentation to support the projected expenditures. Once we get to fiscal year 2025, the Governor's Finance Office is suggesting that no advancements would be given to subrecipients unless the subrecipient has demonstrated accuracy and consistent expenditures pursuant to their spending plan and based upon the 5 parameters that are listed on page 12. This would allow the Governor's Finance Office to possibly recommend the deobligation and reallocation of funds that may not be needed and to be able to do so prior to the December 31st, 2024 deadline. This process would allow the Governor's Finance Office to ensure that the federal financial management practices are used to support the effective delivery of services and provide a reasonable assurance that funds are being expended within the timeline allotted and for the purposes awarded. As I mentioned, advances of these funds would begin in fiscal year 2024 and would require that 50% of the funds budgeted for fiscal year 2024, this would be inclusive of any balance forward authority that's unused in fiscal 23 that would need to be balanced forward to 2024, that 50% of that authority be advanced and transferred to state agencies and organizations. Given the committee's desire to implement this policy, the committees may wish to require that this advancement occur no later than July 31st of 2023. And the committees may wish to direct fiscal staff to include language in the 2023 Authorizations Act to memorialize the intent of the money committees. So again, the July 31st, 2023 date would just make it clear that the 50% advance of these funds for fiscal year 2024 be completed immediately. And as I mentioned, the parameters that were listed above on page 12 of your closing packet would be considered for subsequent advances of funds, and those would not be relied upon to delay the initial advancement of funds that the Money Committee's policy would be directing. So the decision point is towards the middle of page 13 of your closing packet. Do the committees wish to direct fiscal staff to include language in the 2023 Authorizations Act to memorialize the intent of the money committees that 50% of approved authorizations of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds in fiscal year 2024 be transferred to and made immediately available for state agencies and organizations for which programs have been approved?
Thank you so much for that. I will have a few people who have a question, so before I call for the motion, I will go to those members. The first up, I have Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just had a couple, one question. So how will the delayed, I mean, I see the 2024, but how will this delayed date impact the nonprofits that have been waiting since the summer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brody Leiser, through you to Senator Neal. If the nonprofits currently have authority that has not yet been reimbursed, where the funds have not yet been reimbursed, but they're waiting for funds, I believe is maybe where you're going. If they have not been reimbursed by the end of fiscal year 2023, the authority would still exist in the budget for those nonprofits, for the programs for which they were approved for. That authority would be established in fiscal year 2024. Under this policy, 50% of that authority would be required to be transferred to those nonprofits by July 31st, 2023. I feel like I may have said 2024 there a little bit ago. If I did, I think
Thank you, Madam
it
Chair.
should have been 2023. And so beyond that, Senator Neal, if the nonprofits need amounts beyond that 50%, they would need to demonstrate and provide the documentation that I referenced earlier to the governor's finance office to demonstrate the need and or plan for the remaining 50% in alignment with the parameters that I laid out that were communicated by the governor's finance office. Once they did that, they should be eligible and receive an additional advancement beyond the initial 50%. And I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it did. I was confused about the 24-23 date. And then I guess my secondary thought was, in Gen Gov, we talked about the tribes that had that $20 million allocation, and they were struggling to implement it because of all of the hurdles running through the GFO. And I'm believing that this will remedy this back and forth. And so I just wanted to be clear on that.
For the record, Brody Leiser, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Neal. Specifically with regard to the tribes, on row 192 of the spending plan is the programs for the tribal grants. As reflected on this sheet and based on action taken during the subcommittee, in the subcommittee's recommendations, the $20 million for the grants would be budgeted in fiscal year 2024. In addition, there was some funding that's recommended for contract staff. And so you'll see on that row The total amount's $20,263,332. The amount above $20 million is for contract staff to help administer that program. Under the policy that I discussed here, just over $10 million would be advanced to the Nevada Indian Commission to begin that program and have the funds available. And so you could take 50% of what's reflected there in column D would be advanced for that particular program.
Yay. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Assemblyman Hafen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I had a question along the lines of Senator Neal on the nonprofit organizations, but on the other side, not the ones that have receipts of expenditures that they need to get paid, but on the ones that might not have spent anything to date. I think if I understand the proposed decision is that we would just be giving them a blanket 50% without a risk assessment. Am I understanding that correctly?
For the record, Brody Leiser, Madam Chair, through you to Assemblyman Hafen. Each of the programs that have been approved to date have been vetted by the Governor's Finance Office to ensure that the purpose of the funds are an allowable use under the Treasury's final rule and the use for the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. So there has been an analysis and determination that these programs are appropriate and allowable. Under the policy that is being discussed in the scenario where a nonprofit may not have incurred any expenditures to date, they would receive a 50% advancement of their approved authority in fiscal year 2024. In addition to that initial vetting that has gone on prior to approving these programs, and if I failed to mention this, I apologize, but the policy consideration and policy of the Governor's Finance Office would be to continue to require organizations, nonprofit organizations, as well as state agencies, to provide and report on a monthly basis the status of these programs and the status of expenditures that they're incurring. And there would be a back-end vetting as well to ensure that the funds have actually been expended in accordance with the program as approved and the program as identified by those organizations to ensure that it is, again, an allowable use and that they haven't determined to use the funds for something outside of the program. It would not, the subsequent advances would be dependent upon the demonstration of those types of things.
I apologize. I was referring to more or less the financial stability of the actual nonprofit because we're talking about a lot of money. So I just want to make sure that when they do go through that there is going to be some checks and balances to make sure that the entity is going to be financially stable and be able to use the funds so we're not in a position going forward where we end up losing it. And so I apologize for not clarifying the financial stability portion of it.
Would you like me to invite GFO to the table?
Yeah, if they have an answer to that, yes, that'd be great. I think, sorry, for the record, Brody Leiser. I mean, I think part of the advancement policy that we're discussing and the scenario, maybe, Mr. Hafen, that you're talking about, and if I miss the mark again, my apologies, but my understanding is that some of the nonprofits are relying on these funds in order to begin programs. And so the advancement of funds would ensure that they've got cash on hand so that they can implement these programs and can move forward. I also believe that there's been some testimony and/or comments made by legislators that they've heard from some of these nonprofits, and that there's concerns from nonprofits that if they move forward with these projects, that they will potentially not receive the funds. So again, I think the advancement policy would allow them those resources up front in an instance where they don't have it to get the programs off the ground and running. They would, there is some responsibility that falls on the nonprofits to then carry forward and carry through on what they said they were going to do and use the funds in the manner that was presented to ensure that the programs are for an allowable use. In those types of demonstrating that in order to receive a subsequent advance, I think is part of what the governor's finance office has indicated in their policy, that they would be requiring the nonprofits or organizations to provide confirmation that they've done that so that they can get a subsequent advance. And I'll let Director Stevenson add anything if she needs to.
And before going to the GFO, I'll remind members that there was a stringent vetting process that these organizations went through when they applied to be a part of the program. And not everyone made it through that process. The ones that made it to that process came to us as a legislative body for IFC, and then we approved those programs after the vetting. We've heard through testimony throughout this legislative session, and even in some of our IFC meetings, where organizations had done the work already and were waiting to be paid. So they couldn't move forward because they were pretty much going broke doing the work that we needed them to do. So for those organizations that Senator Neal was speaking about, this would help them. But then there's some that are smaller that need the money to actually do the programs that they've been asked to do. So this 50% would help them. But if you look at page 12 of our documents, the GFO has set up a very, what I think is very inclusive vetting process even after those have been vetted to make sure that they're falling in line. Now we'll go to GFO.
Thank you. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director for the Governor's Finance Office, through you, Chairman Moreno, to Assemblyman Hafen. Right now, so they have been vetted, as the chair had mentioned, for the program. What the recommendation that staff has put in here that shows our policy is the assessment that we would like to do before advancing the 50. I think Brody indicated, or Mr. Leiser indicated, that it was after the 50%. Our actual recommendation was to have this and then determine the 50%. So I just wanted to make that clear. So what the policy we outlined is the one that we wanted to do the assessment, if that helps to clear. Or do you need?
Can I just make sure? So if I understand you correctly, your recommendation is to actually do the risk assessment and the other review processes 1 through 5 before allocating
The 50%.
Or cutting the checks for the 50%, not after for the subsequent 50%.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That makes me feel a little bit more comfortable, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Don't leave yet. Senator Ganser?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. So it looks like we're going to advance 50%, and then I think you said the second 50% could also be advanced. I want to know what the timeline looks like. So if someone has spent the first 50 or is almost finished spending the first 50, what's our response time for the second 50%? Because I agree with the chair, a lot of these nonprofits can't afford to front the money, and that's part of the reason a lot of it hasn't been spent.
For the record, Brody Leiser, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Severs Gansert. My understanding, and Amy can correct me if I'm wrong, that the second advancement, if an organization or agency was in a position where they were projecting a need for amounts beyond that 50%, that they would submit a request through the governor's finance office to receive either another advancement of funds, whether it's for the remaining 50% or a portion of the remaining 50% based on projected need. But it would be dependent on when the agency actually needs those funds.
For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director for Governor's Finance Office, through you, Chair Monroe Moreno, to Senator Gansert, or Stevers Gansert, sorry. It's Monday morning, and you're talking ARPA. Currently, our policy is to reimburse within 30 days of receiving that. So if the second tranche or advancement or whatever we're calling it, I can see it following that same policy. If we got the request, 30 days gives us the time to get everything that they need and then give them this.
Thank you. And I have one other question. We keep talking about 24, but we have 405.7 million for 25. That's also on the books, and so we're using the same process for that for fiscal year 25.
For the record, Brody Leiser, Madam Chair, through you to Senator Severs Ganser. Yes, that would be the intent.
Thank you. I don't know if we need to change the decision point to make sure that we're including not just 24, but also fiscal year 25 using the same process. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question. So it was my understanding that the 50%, because these organizations have been vetted, a lot of them have done work, they've submitted their receipts for reimbursement but had not been reimbursed. So the 50% would go out now to those organizations. If that is not the case, and you want to do the assessment for that first 50% before you send it out, what would happen if the organizations do not meet this new assessment process? They've done the work, and IFC has allocated the funding for them. Then what happens with that funding? Is that funding that we need to bring back and reallocate to another organization? What was your thought process? Because it was my understanding as a chair, and I believe Chair Dondero Loop's understanding, that the 50% would go out to those organizations because they had already been pre-vetted and have done the work, that they would get that 50% now.
Thank you. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director of Governor's Finance Office. Madam Chair, so let me clarify then. If they've already done the work, no, it would go. I'm talking about any new. The 50% upfront would have to go through that assessment. Those that have done the work, we actually should be reimbursing now. And so I see them getting their reimbursement before this 50% has to come into effect.
Thank you for that. And so for those other organizations that are waiting for the money that was allocated through IFC that haven't received the money, and they're waiting for that money to have in hand to actually start the programs, how quickly will we be able to get the money to those organizations, because they cannot start their programs, get the work done, spend the money until we give them the money? Does that make sense?
Yes, for the record, Amy Stevenson, Director of Governor's Finance Office. That does make sense. If there's currently waiting, was that your question? Like right now, they're currently waiting. We could probably turn it around. We could do the assessment. We could have them work with them now. I do have my ARPA team does technical assistance for organizations along with state agencies. So work with them to see what they need. Could totally and get that done. Go right in.
Madam.
Can I just clarify and can I just jump in here? Thank you very much. So I thought during the work session, the idea was that we were going to get this money out the door to nonprofit XYZ, give them the 50%, because part of the problem was, I don't know, if they went and purchased whatever, or they needed personnel for whatever, I mean, put whatever you want in there. They needed that money to get going on that because they could not afford to even, start the process. So I thought in the work session, what the direction was to get the 50% out the door, and then go back when they ask for the other 50%, right? And get some information, whatever those parameters will be. And but I thought they got the first 50%, sort of, I don't want to say with no questions asked, but they've already been through this and they need the money. Did I misunderstand something?
I'll take the first crack at that. Madam Chair, sorry. Brody Leiser, for the record, through you to Chair Dondero Loop. The direction coming out of the work session was to get these funds advanced and out the door to the agencies and organizations. The discussion around the vetting and the parameters that are listed on page 12, ultimately, that's a policy decision for the committees to make. And the vetting and the assessment steps that are discussed on this page are, again, ultimately a policy decision. If it's the direction of the committees that the advancement occur immediately beginning in fiscal year 2024, because there has been vetting and consideration that all of these programs fall under allowable uses, that is a policy decision that the committees can make, and that we will, ultimately, if the direction is to provide language in the Authorizations Act, make that clear. As Amy indicated, the Governor's Finance Office has a preference on how to handle the initial advancement in whether or not these 5 items are done with that initial advancement. I believe regardless of that, they would be done with the second and or subsequent advancements. But whether or not that's done on the front end with this initial advancement, I believe ultimately is a decision for this body to make.
So thank you very much. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I just, as a very succinct example, if I need whatever amount of money to feed people and I can't find the food or buy the food to feed the people, then I can't feed the people. So, that's why that 50% was put in there before. So thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Assemblywoman Kasama?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for going over some of this. I feel comfortable with the 50% for state agencies because we can easily take that back. But I do understand the concern with nonprofits or outside organizations that we don't have control of as easily. And so I think it's reasonable just for the governor's office to do an assessment, just to make sure it isn't the program's approved. It is an assessment of their viability to deliver it. And I do believe it's wise with our taxpayer money to allow just an assessment on that. You said it could be done quickly. I don't know what quickly is. Is that 30 days? Is that 15 days? How quick can that be done?
Thank you. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director for Governor's Finance Office. So when you're asking through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Kasama, when you're asking quickly, I just want to make sure I understand the question. Are you talking about this assessment before the 50% goes out for new?
Correct. It's on page 12. There's specific parameters outlined. There's 5 bullet points, subrecipients risk assessment.
So our thinking, and we're open to negotiation and all of that, but our thinking was between 10 and 15 days for that
great.
original assessment.
That seems very reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. And it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, when these organizations applied to be a part of this program and went through the vetting process, part of that vetting process was determining their viability to do the work that they said that they could do. And a number of these organizations have done the work, been on the books, waiting to be paid. And those that haven't been able to stand up their programs because they knew, and it was part of their application process, that they needed the funding up front to do the work. That assessment process should have already been done. And please correct me if that was not done ahead of time, their viability to do the work, that's why they got approved to be a part of this program.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director of Governor's Finance Office. I'm not aware, and I'll have to find out if that was done. I do not have that answer because I was not in this position, so I don't know. So I'll have to dig, and I will get that answer back to you.
Thank you for that. I know that you were new to this position. A number of us were here throughout this whole process. And the nonprofit application that they had to go through, and there were some people who didn't make it through that nonprofit application. Part of that application process was the viability to actually do the work. And that's not just based on the application, but their past work in the community that they had done. So they had a proven history of the work that they had done. Some of them are smaller nonprofits. that have smaller operating budgets. And in that approval process, we all knew, or should have known, that the money they would need to have up front, like my colleague was saying, we're addressing food insecurities. There was food there to buy, but to go to the store and buy the food, you had to have the money. They're the ones with boots on the ground doing the work where some state agencies were not, the boots on the ground. And these nonprofits reached out to us. We made an application process. They followed that process. We vetted them, brought it to IFC, we allocated the funding. A lot of them have done the work. We still have not sent them the money to reimburse them, so they can't move forward. Other smaller ones, we're waiting for that money to actually do the work. So I do believe the viability of those organizations has already been vetted. And those that have been waiting for payments need to get the money. And although they may be smaller, and it's easier to pull money back from a governmental organization, one of our divisions, we're not the ones out there doing the work, boots on the ground. It's these smaller nonprofits. So to give them that 50% of the approved process that we approved as a legislative body, and in the work session, it was the decision of the work session for that 50% to go out first, and we can continue with the parameters that have been set up if they get the additional monies. And if they're not doing the work, they will not get it. But we have a lot of people still hurting out there, waiting for this work to be done. And I refuse to send any dollar back to the federal government because I know it's needed in this state. Senator Ganser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the discussion. So I understand the governor's office does want to review these, and they have been reviewed before. So my thought is, suggestion, the clock starts now. If they have any issues, they can get back to us. But I'm looking at these nonprofits, and many of them are well known as Boys and Girls Club. First of all, there's not that many of them. If you were to go through here and actually look at them, YMCA of Southern Nevada, Children's Advocacy, Boys and Girls Club, a variety of things that are pretty well known. So maybe the governor's office starts now, and if you have any issues, get back to us. But especially because we're not going to be distributing the money till by July 31st of this year. But I mean, maybe your 10 or 15 days starts now, and then if they have any issues, they can get back to us. But I do think it's reasonable for them to look at some of these nonprofits because I think it's going to be pretty simple given, looking at the list myself, and it's actually, there's just not that many of them. And then also, so much of the money is actually contracted out to our agencies, and then they have the ability to subcontract out. So they'll do their own vetting. So these are really just the top level direct contributions to some of the nonprofits. And, I do agree with you that they've been vetted, but if they want to look a second time, if we start the clock now, I think it works out. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Stevenson, for the record, Director for Governor's Finance Office, through you, Chair Monroe-Moreno, to Senator Ganser. I can start the clock now. We can do that now and have that done.
As quickly as we can get the money out, that's what we need to do. Even I'll go to you one more time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second opportunity. I just want to say, first of all, I completely agree with you, Madam Chair, that these smaller organizations, they need the money as soon as possible. But I did have one question on the July 31st date that, the money would have to be out to them. In a hypothetical world, where obviously we're talking about a lot of money, but how quickly could the checks go out before that July 31st date? And the reason that I'm asking is it feasible that the checks go out to these organizations prior to the end of session?
Forgot my name already. Amy Stevenson, for the record, Director of Governor's Finance Office. Through you, Chair Monroe-Moreno, to Assemblyman Hafen, are you talking about getting the 50% out before the end of session, before June 6th? So in fiscal year 23? I'm just making sure that I understand your question. So logistically, the payment, we'd have to go through to make sure they follow the grant requirements, but logistically, after we've done that, we could. we could get it out before.
Thank you. And our last question, Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm gonna soften this up a little bit. I really like your dress. Okay, so it is a nice dress. You've been shopping. All right. But in this second vetting process, where you're saying that you're going to double check and whether or not they've met the grant process, which we know that they have been vetted, what if they don't meet this list of 5 that's on page 12? Are you going to kick them out of the process, knowing that, because here's my thing. You know they were vetted. So, and I understand that you feel that you might need to double and triple check, but it was already triple checked. So why can't you just trust that there was, a legitimate process that happened? That's how they made it to this final line, because there were many months that these agencies went through hurdles, and I feel like you're adding another set of hurdles, and I wonder what happens if they fail.
Thank you. Amy Stevenson, Director for the Governor's Finance Office, through you, Chair, to Senator Neal. We wouldn't to answer your first part, we wouldn't automatically say, nope, you don't get the money. We would work with them to find out, get whatever documentation they may not have understood. There's a lot of that. The reason, I know you said to trust, I've been taught a long time ago, trust but verify. We have had a nonprofit that we had to go and ask for that money back because they were fraudulent. So this is why we wanted, I'm sorry that we're trying to, but because of that experience, we don't want that to happen again.
And I understand that. Fraud is at the top of my list of no, right? So if you find out that someone is fraudulently submitting an application saying that they thought they were going to do X and they're not doing Y, absolutely, shut it all the way down. I am a fan of that every day. So I just wanted to ask that question. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And I do appreciate the looking and making sure that we're not, making sure everyone's following the guidelines. And if we found one organization that is not following the guidelines, that one, as we can say, one bad apple, not everyone else should be punished for that one bad apple. Okay. So with that, we're going to end this discussion. I will say to Senator Ganser's question earlier about the FY25, at the bottom of page 12, there was a process for FY25. Okay, all right. All right, so with that, members, I will accept a motion to direct our fiscal staff to include language in the 2023 Authorization Act to memorialize the intent of the money committees that 50% of the approved authorizations of the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds in FY24 be transferred and made immediately available to state agencies and organizations for which programs have been approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will make that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Assemblywoman Kasama.
I'm not quite sure how to vote because I've heard people saying that they can do this or assessments in 15 days. So I think unfortunately I'd have to be a no because I approve the 50% for the state, but I want to make sure that the assessment is done quickly, and that wasn't part of the motion. So I just want to make sure that we do still vet that for their risk assessment. Thank you.
Senator Ganser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually okay with the motion. I have an expectation the governor's office is going to get back to us in the next 10 to 15 days if they have any issues. We received this money in June of 21. We're almost to May of 23. It's time to move the money, and we actually need to make sure that they're re-verified if you have concerns about any of them. But I just, given what you stated, it doesn't sound like it's a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Members, any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Would you raise your hand if you're a nay? I have Senator Titus, Assemblywoman Kasama, Assemblyman Hafen, and Assemblyman O'Neill. The motion does carry. Thank you. Moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brody Leiser. Had I known it would soften things up, I would have worn my dress.
See, now you know. Now you know.
So, I'm sorry for that. The next item.
No, you're not.
I'm not. You're right. The next item for consideration begins on page 13 of the closing document. And this is just information on the unobligated funding and projected savings from approved program allocations and determining priorities for consideration of possible reallocations of those savings to address legislative priorities. Just as a reminder, if savings are realized for programs that will end this fiscal year, those savings will not be identified until the fiscal year is closed out, which will occur around September of this year, after the 2023 legislative session has ended. And with the December 31st, 2024 federal deadline to obligate these funds, the full legislature would not have another opportunity after the conclusion of the 2023 legislative session to prioritize the use of any identified savings or unobligated funds. There's some information on page 14 of your closing document. As I mentioned earlier, $33.9 million of funding has been identified of savings. This has been identified through actions taken by the Interim Finance Committee, as well as actions taken during subcommittee closings and through information provided by state agencies. Very briefly, I'll talk about just where those $33.9 million is coming from. You may recall there was a work program at the April 6th IFC meeting that identified $7.5 million of savings relating to community-based testing sites and a testing call center. There's approximately $5.3 million of savings that's identified through the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. They're projecting expenditures of $3.5 million of the $8.8 million that was approved for fiscal year 2023 to support intermittent positions to address the backlog in unemployment insurance claims. There's approximately $9.4 million that relates to the nurse apprentice program as closed in the Joint Human Services Subcommittee on April 7th. The Division of Public and Behavioral Health projects expending $11.3 million of the $20.7 million initially approved for that program, leaving the $9.4 million in savings. And then there's about $11.7 million in savings, again, as reflected in a closing before the Joint Human Services Subcommittee on April 25th. This relates to a project through the Division of Public and Behavioral Health for renovation and use of space at the City of Las Vegas Detention Center for forensic beds. Due to delays in getting the 2 units at that facility available to begin renovations, and the timing of those delays, there's going to be savings associated with that project, which included funding not only for renovation but for staffing that facility. The bottom of page 14, specifically, we were asked to look at the remaining authority under the $100 million set aside for state agencies. To date, about $68 million of the $100 million has been allocated. There is $4.1 million of additional authority included in the governor's base budget to continue programs over the upcoming biennium. Additionally, there's $5.6 million in savings that's been identified under this overall allocation that is a result of a federal reimbursement that's anticipated through the Office of Military for funding that was used to close out fiscal year 2022. So the net impact of those changes leaves approximately $33.5 million under this program. There is a table on page 15 of your closing packet that, in working with the governor's finance office, there's about $24.4 million in pending requests that they intend to bring forward under the $100 million authority. I would note there's a couple of these items that have been approved through closing actions of budgets. The fourth item down, the Department of Education, $500,000 for a licensing system was approved, or it will be recommended by the subcommittee for full committee consideration. And then the full committees did approve the item second from the bottom, the funding to continue the Office of Small Business Advocacy over the upcoming biennium. So a number of these requests would be made through the work program process and ultimately come through IFC, but the money committees could consider reobligating the funding that is currently unobligated under the $100 million authority. If all $24.4 million is approved as shown on this table that's on the radar for the governor's finance office, that would leave about $9 million of authority under the $100 million set aside for state agencies. So the savings discussion is probably the entire discussion with the coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds is a very fluid discussion. Things change certainly on a weekly basis, if not on a daily basis. So we've done our best to identify some large program savings that we know about, but again, it certainly is reasonable to anticipate there's going to be additional savings that will be identified, and that may be identified upon conclusion of the 2023 legislative session. So while we have no specific programs or decision points for how to use the savings that has been identified, there's some information at the bottom of page 15 that the committees could consider requesting the draft of a bill to specify how identified and future coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund savings are to be obligated, either in a priority order or based upon a set percentage allocation of any savings for specifically identified priority program areas in accordance with allowable uses of the funds. Consideration, if the committees do wish to draft legislation, consideration should be given to identifying priority areas in which the funds would be able to be distributed and spent in a manner that would meet the federal expenditure deadline of December 2026. The committees may also wish to provide some level of flexibility if in the reallocation of savings to ensure that there's no delay in getting the funds obligated and spent by the deadlines, but also possibly to allow for alternative considerations upon approval of the interim finance committee in the event that a priority outside of those identified in the legislation arises and for which consideration could be given. So there's the next decision point is towards the top of page 16 of the closing document. Do the committees wish to request drafting of legislation to specify how identified and future coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund savings are to be obligated either in priority order or based upon a set percentage allocation of any savings for specifically identified priority program areas in accordance with allowable uses of the funds?
Thank you so much. Any discussion before I call for the motion? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a first from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the magnitude of these funds yet to be spent by the state, as well as concerns raised by the money committees with the delays in the implementation of programs and concerns with the likelihood that all funds will be expended by December 31st, 2026. Consideration could be given to issuing a letter of intent so that the Interim Finance Committee receives regular updates on the status of approved programs. This would allow the Interim Finance Committee to be updated on a regular basis regarding the identification of any savings, as well as being made apprised of any changes or clarification received on the Treasury's rules and guidelines that could impact the policies relating to the demonstration of funding obligations, as well as changes or updates to the deadlines to obligate and expend the funds. As everyone is aware, your fiscal staff has provided detailed information regarding approved allocation of these funds as a standing agenda item of the Interim Finance Committee, and if the chairs would desire, your fiscal staff would still continue to present that standing agenda item. However, that item has not focused on year-to-date expenditures or individual program status updates that may be useful for the committee. So if a letter of intent were issued, it could also include to direct the governor's finance office to provide a more comprehensive report that not only identifies program obligations, but includes status updates as well as spending to date figures so that progress on spending down the state's allocation of these funds is transparent and made available. In addition, it would allow for an opportunity to the Interim Finance Committee to hear an update on the status of the policy change with regards to the advancement of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. So the decision point at the bottom of page 16, do the committees wish to issue a letter of intent directing the governor's finance office to submit a report for each regularly scheduled meeting of the Interim Finance Committee in order to provide an update on coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds? Each report would include a summary, status, and actual spending of funds for approved programs, the identification of any savings from specific program allocations following the conclusion of the 2023 legislative session, any updates from the U.S. Treasury impacting the administration and deadlines to obligate and expend the funds, and updates on the policy change to advance coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds to state agencies and organizations.
Thank you so much. With that, I will accept a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a first from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The final consideration with this budget is the other closing items on page 17. There are 7 other closing items. These are all decision points that would be presented in the individual agency budget account closings. One adjustment or rather consideration for other closing item 7, and that would be to not approve decision unit E249 based upon action and consistent with action recommended by the Joint Subcommittee on Public Safety, Natural Resources, and Transportation in closing the Department of Public Safety budgets on April 26, 2023. Fiscal staff recommends other closing items 1 through 6 be closed as recommended by the governor and consistent with the action taken by the committees in closing the receiving agency budgets. Other closing item 7 not be approved, consistent with the recommendation of the Joint Subcommittee on Public Safety, Natural Resources, and Transportation in closing the Department of Public Safety budgets, and request authority for staff to make technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you so much. And with that, I'll accept a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a first from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And with that, we will close out that, and we will move on to Budget 1325, the Governor's Office of Finance, our Smart 21. Good morning. You can start whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Kathy Crockett, Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. The Smart 21 budget begins on page 19 of the closing packet. The executive budget recommends $18.1 million over the upcoming biennium to continue operations of the Office of Project Management, including the Smart 21 project. The Smart 21 project has been terminated, and the Governor's Finance Office and Department of Administration, as well as the Controller, are seeking to start the project over with a new contract that will be presented for consideration at the October 2023 Board of Examiners meeting with a targeted go-live date of January 1st, 2025. To provide a summary of background of the project, work on the Smart 21 project was initiated when the 2013 legislature approved $350,000 to conduct a benchmarking study of the state's outdated existing financial and human resource business processes and information systems, which are implemented in 1999. This study found that the state's processes were highly manual and ineffective when compared to other states. Additional funding has been appropriated by the 2015, 17, 19, and 2021 legislatures to commence placement of the existing systems. The Office of Project Management is guided by an executive committee comprised of the Director of the Governor's Office of Finance, the Director of the Department Administration, and the State Controller. The overall goals of the project included to implement a commercial off-the-shelf cloud-based system, to implement business processes improvements, and to decrease manual and duplicative processes. Regarding the initial project implementation timeline during the 2017 to 2019 biennium, it was projected that implementation would occur from June 2018 to July 2020. During the 2019 to 2021 biennium, the Board of Examiners approved a contract with a system implementer, LSI Consulting, to implement SAP system software. Gartner was also contracted with to provide independent verification and validation services to evaluate the status of the project on an ongoing basis. The Smart 21 project was to be deployed in a phased approach. On March 1st, 2021, the first phase was deployed, which included non-payroll related human resource modules such as employee recruiting. During the 2021 to 2023 biennium, it was discussed at various meetings of the Interim Finance Committee that the project had experienced inconsistent project quality and a pattern of missed milestones resulting in delays in project deployment. On September 15th, 2021, the Executive Committee sent a letter to LSI Consulting stating that deployed modules of the system have not been functioning at operating levels of reliability, stability, or performance specified in the contract. On June 7th, 2022, at the direction of the Executive Committee, the Office of Project Management submitted an issue of notice to terminate the contract with LSI Consulting. In July 2022, Gartner provided a summary of lessons learned following the termination of the contract with LSI Consulting. A brief summary includes recommendations related to confirming the scope of the project, revising the project governance charters, revising the Office of Project Management staffing plan, and to strengthen implementation service requirements to ensure vendor accountability. In November 2022, the Office of Project Management entered into an $11.4 million contract with Carasoft Technology Corporation to conduct a 12-week review of the current state of the project. The contract with Gartner did expire in November 2022 and was not renewed. With regard to initial projected project cost during the 2017 legislative session, the Governor's Office of Finance testified the total system costs were projected to be $50 to $60 million at that time, with ongoing subscription and maintenance costs of $2 to $5 million roughly annually. During the March 20th budget hearing, the Executive Committee indicated that the Smart 21 project has failed and was paused and a path forward was being determined. On March 31st, 2023, the Executive Committee sent a memo to all state agencies indicating that the implementation of SAP was being canceled with a rollback of live modules to legacy systems. The Executive Committee indicates it was unable to reach terms of an agreement with SAP on costs and an overall structure of the contract, and it did not have confidence that the project cost would not increase far beyond the original estimates provided by SAP. The rollback to legacy systems is currently scheduled for June 19th, 2023, according to the Governor's Office of Finance. At this time, a system to replace SAP and a new system implementation vendor have not been identified. Additionally, the project cost to implement the replacement system is currently uncertain. There's a table on page 23 of the document, which provides an overview of the various financial and human resources systems in the state that are broken down into functions currently live with SAP that will be temporarily rolled back and then replaced with a new system. And these are primarily HR-related systems. Live systems to be replaced with a new system include primarily financial systems. And systems to be retained include the budgeting system, a contract entry system, and some public-facing websites. When asked whether agencies responsible for the legacy systems would need additional resources to operate the systems in the upcoming biennium, the executive committee indicated that additional needs have not been identified at this time. On April 19th, 2023, Budget Amendment A233221325 was submitted by the Governor's Finance Office to adjust staffing in the Office of Project Management by eliminating 18 vacant positions based on duties anticipated to be needed in the upcoming biennium. This results in a $3.9 million reduction over the upcoming biennium. And the budget amendment also added approximately $18,000 for licensing costs to support the legacy finance systems. Eliminated positions include 4 administrative service officers, 3 business process analysts, 3 personnel analysts, 2 management analysts, 2 personnel officers, 1 business analyst, 1 IT professional, 1 program officer, and 1 training officer. With the elimination of 18 positions, 29 positions would remain within this budget. There's a table on page 24 that displays the position titles and proposed duties of these positions. As the project is currently paused and associated work is limited, the Governor's Finance Office indicates 13 positions are currently embedded in other state agencies, assisting with the work of those agencies. These positions would transition back to the project once implementation resumes. The remaining positions are currently working out on closing the SAP implementation, assisting with the rollback to legacy systems, and revising system requirements. Staff also notes the Governor's recommended budget includes $6.3 million for cloud services through LSI Consulting that were not addressed in the budget amendment. As cloud services will no longer be needed through LSI and the return to legacy systems is occurring, the Governor's Finance Office and staff have agreed that it would be reasonable to remove these costs from the budget. When asked whether statutory changes, particularly to chapters 284 and 353, that is the state personnel system, and state financial administration chapters of Nevada revised statutes, would be necessary to align state processes with the business processes of a modernized enterprise resource planning solution. The executive committee did indicate that some changes to chapter 284 of NRS would be needed. The executive committee noted that changes proposed by the governor through Senate Bill 431, particularly sections 65 through 103, could accomplish these changes. The agency did indicate even if no legislation to change provisions of Chapter 284 of NRS is approved, they would propose some various changes to Nevada Administrative Code to streamline processes. With regard to project costs, there's a table on page 25 that shows project costs beginning in 2016 to 2023 based on updated information provided by the Governor's Finance Office. And that shows total project costs through the end of this fiscal year would total $79 million. This does not include $350,000 in the 2013 to 2015 biennium with regard to the initial benchmarking study. There's a table on page 25 that displays the adjusted budget after considering the budget amendment and the removal of LSI consulting contract costs. That shows the biennium total of this budget would be approximately $8 million compared to the $18 million originally recommended by the governor. So that is about a $10 million decrease. To continue to monitor the implementation of the project throughout the upcoming biennium, the committees may wish to consider issuing a letter of intent directing the agency to provide quarterly updates on the project. The decision for the committee is on page 26. Do the committees wish to approve Budget Amendment A 233221325 to eliminate 18 positions and support legacy system costs for net savings of $3.9 million, including $3.1 million general fund and $734,235 in highway funds, as well as the elimination of $6.3 million, $5.1 million general fund, and $1.2 million highway fund in cloud service contract costs? And do the committees wish to issue a letter of intent requiring the agency to report to the Interim Finance Committee on a quarterly basis to monitor the implementation of the project throughout the upcoming biennium?
Thank you so much. And before I call for the motion, are there any questions or discussions? Senator Ganser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the overview. You know, this has been extremely frustrating process. But specifically, I'm looking at page 21. In November of 22, under the last administration, there was a contract entered into for $11.4 million with Carasoft Technology for a 12-week review. So that's like $1 million a week. Did we ever get any results from that contract?
If you refer to the table on page 25, it indicates the actual cost of the contract was $4.5 million, and it is my understanding that that contract was terminated partway through without the status report ever being completed.
Thank you. And then, if I have the timelines correct, it looks like they want to go to BOE of this year of 23 with another contract, and then they have an expectation of being able to deliver 100% of the package by, was it like 2025? That timeline's awfully short, given that we've just spent 10 years working on this, and so I don't know if the administration can answer that, if that's truly what their expectation is.
If GFO and Director Robb would like to join our staff at the table, that would be great. I think you can assist with some of the questions.
Jack Robb, Director of Park Administration, for the record, part of the Executive Committee, through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Gassner. We know that's extremely fast. In reviewing everything with the Executive Committee, the reason it took so long before and the reason we failed was the customization. We are shooting for simplification of the process and using a off-the-shelf product, and we are shooting for what is referred to as an MVP, or a minimum viable product, by January 1st of 2025, knowing that there may need to be some enhancements after January 1st of 2025 to make the system as robust as it needs to be. But we have confidence that we can stand it up in that time with a minimum viable product and an off-the-shelf product by simplifying the processes and not over-customizing like we tried the last time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Robb. This Smart 21, which is, I guess we can call it now the not-so-smart 21, was initiated way back in 2013. And I think the state has, and the legislative body has, put a ton of money trying to make it successful. It just got to a point where we understood that we were putting a lot of good money to bat. I'm encouraged with the transition we are making, and I appreciate the weekly meetings that we are having to keep us updated. We transition out of the Unso-Smart 21 and we move to, I don't know what we're going to call this new program, but as a body, with the motion that's on that has been presented, we will get regular updates so that we will not be back here in 2030 saying we wasted a lot more money. So thank you for your answer to the question. Seeing no other discussion on the matter, I will call for a motion to approve.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will make that motion.
It's been moved by Senator Dondero-Loop, seconded by Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Moving on.
There is one other closing item. Fiscal staff recommends the other closing item be closed as recommended by the governor and requests authority to make further technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you. And with that, I'll accept a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Hadiki. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. And with that, we will close that off and move on to account 3920, the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. Can I roll that back? Disregard will go to the legislative branch. Please forgive me. We'll go to the Legislative Council Bureau. And then we'll have the Nevada Legislature Interim and the State Printing Office. So, good morning. Forgive me for jumping over you, and we're going to have these handed out. Once we get them handed out, you can start. Thank you. All right, we can get started. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Brenda Erdos. I'm the Director of the Legislative Council Bureau. I have with me today Dan Russian, who is the CFO of the Legislative Council Bureau, and he is going to start this presentation, and we're going to be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Good morning. For the record, Dan Russian, R-U-S-H-I-N, Chief Financial Officer of the Legislative Council Bureau. We're here to present the budget closing document for the legislative branch of the state government. This encompasses budget accounts 327-2631 for the Legislative Council Bureau, budget account 327-2626 of the interim legislature, and budget account 741-1330 for the state printing office. When we last appeared before you on the meeting on March 17th, we discussed primarily some changes that have been made to our adjusted base budget. Since that meeting, there's been quite a number of developments that have fundamentally changed the budget you see before you now. Primarily, the largest change that has occurred involves the expansion of our service capacity in Southern Nevada. The budget that was presented on March 17th included funding for the construction of a building in Southern Nevada with the long-term plan that the building would become operational in future bienniums and staffed at that time. There have been changes, as I said, to that plan now, and currently the expansion project includes the acquisition of multiple buildings in the Southern Nevada area that already exist and can be occupied much faster. Therefore, the budget has now been, as I said, modified to include the staffing and operating costs of those buildings. These buildings will enable legislators to more easily meet with constituents in Southern Nevada and enable those residents to attend committee meetings in person. The buildings will also provide office space for permanent LCB staff, thus enabling the agency to enhance its service capacity and also recruit from a larger and more diverse workforce to better meet the needs of legislators and the public. The expansion project plan now provides for the initial acquisition of the buildings by the Public Works Division of the state of Nevada. The buildings will then be occupied by the legislature and at that time be transferred to and maintained by the LCB. The capital costs related to the initial configuration and setup of these buildings are not included in this budget, but rather will be part of the request seeking appropriations for the acquisition of the property and buildings in Las Vegas and the related improvements in the LCB's one-shot CIP appropriation requests that will be presented later in the session. The current proposed budget for budget account 327-2631 now includes an additional enhancement unit that reflects the operational costs associated with the Las Vegas office expansion project. This decision unit includes the costs related to the addition of 117 permanent LCB staff, their travel expenses, and other operating costs anticipated in the 2023 to 2025 biennium. On page 3 of the memo that you have, you'll see a funding summary that illustrates these specific costs. The Las Vegas office expansion is estimated to require approximately $14.1 million of additional appropriations in fiscal year 2024 and $16.5 million in fiscal year 2025. The chart on page 3 then shows the updated budget requests for the biennium that reflects these additional costs. The most significant increases in our budget are reflected in the administrative division, which will provide the support for the operations of the buildings in Southern Nevada. The Las Vegas office expansion costs associated with the administrative division are projected to require $11.2 million of additional appropriations in fiscal year 2024 and $12.6 million of additional appropriations in fiscal year 25. This is illustrated on page 5 of the memo at the bottom. The administrative division expansion will require the addition of 88 positions that will primarily be in police services as well as facilities services. The remaining divisions of the LCB will also expand their service capacities in the Southern Nevada facilities. The audit division will have additional 15 positions estimated, which will require an additional $1.4 million of appropriations in fiscal year 24 and approximately $2 million of additional appropriations in fiscal year 25. The legal division is projected to require an additional $1 million of appropriations in fiscal year 24 and $1.3 million of appropriations in fiscal year 25 to fund staffing of an additional 9 positions. And finally, the research division is projected to add 5 positions in the Southern Nevada facility, requiring an additional $435,000 of appropriations in fiscal year 24 and $574,000 in fiscal year 25. The budgets for the remaining budget accounts for the legislative branch have not changed significantly since our previous presentation, but the last page of the memo will show and reflect that our one-shot appropriations request and the capital improvement projects have changed significantly, as we are no longer anticipating constructing a new building. So that amount has now been reduced to approximately $91 million for the 2023-2025 biennium. And at this time, we can answer any specific questions you might have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Members, any questions? We'll go to Senator Gansert first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have not seen this information before, so this is all new to me. I don't know if the other members have seen this, but I'm looking at the request for all the positions in Las Vegas, and I think you mentioned that the admin, which is the 88 positions, is mostly police and facility staff, so people who would maintain the buildings and secure the buildings. But then when you go to the actual employees, I have 15 under audit, 2 fiscal, and 9 legal, which is, I think, 26. So it just, because we're spreading them out over 3 large buildings, we have all this cost we're incurring. I just want to make sure I'm getting this right, to secure the buildings and clean the buildings, but in fact, we've got like 26 staff plus some offices, so maybe you can help me with that.
For the record, Brenda Erdos. This is a rather confusing scenario that we've developed quickly, so I apologize for that. But what we were trying to explain is that we initially had asked for one building that would house, that would provide offices for legislators as well as staff. The additional staff that we had talked about in our initial budget hearing, with the thought that, for example, the legal division would be better able to recruit from that area. It's a larger area to recruit from, as well as the other divisions, other than the fiscal analysis division, have also asked for employees. And we believe that because we can now work through the computer in both areas, that we can make this work. And we will, you probably realize that we have had recruiting problems for the LCB employees for quite some time now, and we believe that this will really help, as well as add to the diversity of the group that we are able to recruit from. So there would be, again, the offices for legislators, as well as this additional staff from, again, I think there will be an office for, 2 offices for fiscal, but mostly the rest of the people will be there. And then the other big thing that we probably haven't mentioned clearly is the hearing rooms that will be matching to these hearing rooms, so that when you have sessions in the future, you'll be able to have them a guaranteed redundancy in Las Vegas, so that people in Las Vegas would be able to attend and testify at all of the hearings that you have, or at least that's the intent, that you have here during the session, because we have been seeing more of a need for that, and we believe that that will work very well. So the technology and all of the other staffing includes for those hearing rooms as well. And we believe that they'll be used year-round, because with the change in the interim study committees, we have more of those committees as well, and they would be able to be down there additionally also. So we envision both, most committees being, during the interim and the session being video conferenced to both Carson City and Las Vegas.
Madam Chair, if I can follow up. So thank you for that explanation. You know, I missed research was 5. So we have 31 people who will be working with us, for us on an ongoing basis, and the rest are about securing the building and cleaning the buildings. And I just feel like we need to come up with a much more streamlined, so we don't have such significant overhead. And I don't have any issues with hiring more employees and having some space down south, and making sure that we have diversity and that you can recruit. And again, this is the first time I've seen this, but it seems like an incredibly large budget for what we're trying to accomplish. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I'm just looking at this. It was just handed to us here shortly. But I would have to put on the record that, you know, I'm opposed to any large-scale expansion of the LCB down in southern Nevada. You know, to provide offices for each legislature down there. You know, we meet every 2 years. The majority of us meet our constituents in our districts. I've never gone down to Grant Sawyer to meet constituents. I always meet them in my district, and I think that is what will continue to happen. I've been in the committee rooms in Grant Sawyer. It's rare that I've seen them full. And so I'd have to be opposed to individual legislators' offices and this huge expansion. I think similar sizes to what we currently have has seemed sufficient for our operations, and I would have to go with that summary based on this review. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to the next person on my list, I've been in this legislative body it's my 4th term. The The legislature itself meets for 120 days every other year, but the work of a legislature, if you're actually doing your job as a legislature, it's 365 days a year. It starts early in the morning and it's late at night, and it's meetings not just in your district, but it's meetings throughout the community. I have met numerous constituents and business owners at Grant Sawyer and had to compete with other legislators to reserve the room because it was so limited. Having an office location in the South, where is the biggest population of this state in Southern Nevada, is key to not just legislators to do their work, but also our constituents that want to come. But during the legislative process and in the interim, when we hold our interim committee meetings, where our building is currently located, not everyone feels safe going there, right? And that's kind of sad, but they don't. But we need I feel, as a legislator who's been in this body for 4 terms, not just office locations, but the staff. And securing those buildings is not just the officers securing the buildings, but it's also the staff that's working at the scanners, because doing the work of the people, unfortunately, is not always safe. And it's not just for the legislators that are working in the building, but also for those staff that are working in the building. There'll be a gift shop in those buildings, so there's someone that has to run them. As legislators, when we start working on legislation, some of us start the day after the legislative cycle ends, and having legal there to actually talk to, having a researcher there to work with directly and not on a phone or by a Zoom is key to doing the work that we need to do as a state. And it's time that we grow up as a state, right? We had talked about building a building ourselves. We got this opportunity to actually purchase something that we can get into much quicker. The original conversation when this legislature started was that we might get into the building by 25, maybe 28. We have an opportunity to actually be in a building by 24 and be more accessible for our constituents, whether it's in our legislative office or in a coffee shop in our legislative districts. I just needed to get that on the record. I'm going to go to Assemblywoman Hadigi and then Senator Gokachia.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I want to ditto what you said, and I don't know if this is just a function of being in the majority, but having sat on 7 interim committees and chaired 4 of them, I will tell you that I probably spent more time during the interim in my legislative role than in my actual day-paying role. And so I think having a permanent place where we can actually go and do our work is essential, and it's important, again, to meet constituents, to meet with people we are working on policy with, to meet people who work in legal, who work at LCB and constituent services. I think it's going to be crucial in order for us to be able to provide the services that we need for our constituents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just looking at the new positions as well, and especially legal, fiscal, audit. Now, do we anticipate eventually there'll be less positions here in Carson? Because I think what I'm hearing you say, because of the technology, which I'm not part of that group, you will have the ability for those people to actually, if we're in session, those people that are actually housed in the South would in fact draft bills. And is that what we're anticipating? It's a significant number of people otherwise. We're really growing government. I guess that's my concern.
Thank you for the question, Brenda Erdos. Legislative Council Bureau. Yes, this has been a difficult configuration to come up with, and what you're seeing in the number of employees tied to this are new positions, as you say, that we believe definitely we were trying to respond to what we heard in the budget hearing earlier in this session. Getting bill drafts done more quickly, getting all these things done more quickly. That ties into the research division, who also helps with that, but also constituent services and things like that. These positions, we believe, will be very well used there. We will also have additional room in the building to move people back and forth as that becomes necessary. As you probably know, if you've been to the Sedway office building lately, it is fully packed with staff, as is the staff quarters here in this building. So to the extent that we can relieve that, that sort of shortage of space here, people will, who want to work down there would be offered that opportunity to get to a fuller staffing down there is what we anticipate. It's hard to predict this, honestly, but we do think that we get a number of requests for people for legislators to work with staff directly. We believe that this will help with that. As to where the total people will fall, we don't really have anything hard and fast to tie that to, but we do now feel that we have the IT staff, and that's what a part of this staff is too. The second largest component is IT staff, to make sure that we have the ability to keep everybody's computers up and running there, and the connectivity to do all the different things. For example, I'm more familiar with the legal part of this, and we are working right now to make sure the only thing that currently isn't completely on the computer is codification, where we take all the things that you do during the session and get them into NRS as quickly as possible. And they're working right now on a system to just automate that the rest of the way, so that we would believe that we can do, employees in Las Vegas will be able to do the same things that they do here on the computer, the work part, other than face-to-face meetings, obviously.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. I know you struggled, and I don't know what kind of vacancy rate, but I'm just looking at this. If we're going to make this shift to the south, I assume at some point you will have less personnel here in this building, or at least you should, but is that the case?
Again, Brenda Erdos for the Legislative Council Bureau. That is what we are hoping. Again, this building is chock full, and so is the other building that we have. If we can relieve that so that everybody has a better space to work, that would be a great thing.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Dondero-Loop.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to make a couple comments. LCB has worked very hard on this process, not only with the governor's office, but with some other input. And so there has been a lot of thought put into this. We already have 2 divisions who are in these buildings, the Cannabis Compliance Board and the Taxation. And I think that we need to remember that not everybody here is in a position to meet someone, say, at their day office. I don't have a day office. It's my kitchen table. So if I'm working with another legislator on a project, we might have to sit in a Starbucks where who knows who's listening. So it would be really nice, and if somebody's from the other side of town, this is sort of midpoint for us to work on things as we go forward. Like I said, I don't have a secretary, and there's many of us. Even if I was teaching right now, I would not be able to have constituents come to my school and meet with me. I would have to meet outside of that school. Some of you may have businesses that you can do that in, but I certainly couldn't, and I think there's many of us here that couldn't. So I just think that, I don't think that anybody is saying one side of our state is more important than the other side of the state. I just think that we are growing, and we need to take a look at that, and we need to recognize that we do have a large presence in our southern Nevada area, and we are also paying money to fly back and forth or whatever we do. So I think that with all things considered, I don't think anybody's saying that anybody's more important or less important. I just think it's time for us to do this. And our governor and Secretary of State and Treasurer and all of those other entities are part of this group that will be in these buildings, along with our other divisions. And I think it'll be really nice when everybody is on one campus where they can interact. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I want to second everything that Chair Dondero-Loop just mentioned, and also indicate, I don't think there's anyone on this committee who thinks that LCB is currently overstaffed or that they haven't had to work long hours to do the work of 3-4 people. We all know that, and so this is what a proposal that addresses that stress looks like. I personally look forward to a time where my constituents can come visit me in my actual office instead of having to fly up here to Carson City, which we know not everyone can do. I personally have gotten emails of people telling me that they went to the mailing address and thought that it was my office to come see me and were rather disappointed and said, "Oh, you must have moved. It's a UPS now," right? This will address that. We know where our population is, and they deserve to be able to have the type of access that this Citizens Legislature says our constituents have access to. This will make that more of a reality. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, members. Assemblywoman Dickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, so I have never had a constituent once want to drive 75 miles round trip to meet me down here. And outside of session, I've never had a constituent here. So my question is, would I have an office maintained, would District 31 have an office maintained here and down there?
Again, our current plans, for the record, Brenda Ordos, Legislative Council Bureau, our plans are not absolute. Our thought is that if you wanted an office, we would make sure that we had space for that, but that we wouldn't assign you an office in Las Vegas unless you asked for one. I have had indication from some people in northern Nevada districts who have shown an interest in having an office there for when they may want to meet with their the AB, I still call them the AB 443 committees, I'm sorry, the sort of the interim study committees, where they think that they might want to be in Las Vegas. I don't honestly know how much need there would be, but I think that the offices here are as close as we have right now for the Reno area, as well as the Reno Sparks area, as well as the rural areas around here, which is a considerable distance. We haven't come up with anything that would make that any easier, or locations there work better. But we're obviously, we weren't thinking that we would be doing something in Las Vegas not very long ago. So if you have ideas, we're certainly happy to help with that.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm not sure what my colleague meant by maintain, but we don't maintain any of our offices. We have staff for doing that, no matter whether it's here in Carson City or the new office that would be down in Southern Nevada. And I want to remind the committee that I think everyone's gotten a copy of the picture of the campus. This is not just legislative buildings we're talking about. This would literally be, and we had that when we had the work session. There were pictures of it, correct, in the subcommittee. This would be a campus that would have, the governor would have a building, our constitutional officers would have a building, and other state departments would be on this campus. So it's more than just the legislature. I just wanted to remind everyone of that. And when Senator Harris had said that our folks do the work of sometimes 2 or 3 people, and they do that because we do have some vacancies. And we have had a difficult time recruiting. Not everyone wants to move up to Carson City, but they would love to work for the state of Nevada, and especially with the compensation package that we've put together this legislative session. So this gives us an opportunity to address the needs that we've heard from our constituents, give our staff that we currently have kind of a break so that they can do the job that they were hired to do and not the job of 3 different people, and make sure that our constituents have a space to meet their legislators and the legislators have a space to work out of, and not the UPS store, because I've gotten yelled at about that a few times. So, with that, we'll have one more comment before I call for the vote, and that'll go to Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. And of course, I'm very unique because I go from Idaho to Southern Nevada. And, you know, my office is my pickup. I hate to say it, but I hear what, you know, these Southern legislators are saying. You know, when I go down there and meet with a constituent or another legislator, we are meeting in a coffee shop, a restaurant. I mean, that's how we have to do it. And it won't impact me because by the time you get this up, I'll be out of here, and so it's not really an issue. I guess my real concern with it is I understand the need down there for the offices. I just don't understand how come we're going to have, it's a lot of people when we start talking, you know, 100 additional people. And I guess that's what concerns me. That's really growing the government, but I'm sympathetic for the need, both north and south. I drive from Eureka to here to meet a constituent. You know, and I do that because most people aren't comfortable in my dirty pickup, and that's where we are. So that's kind of how we leave it. But I am sympathetic. But what does concern me, it's a significant growth in employees, and I understand we can probably hire them easier in Southern Nevada than we can here. I can understand the interaction if we get it right, it'll probably work. But I am concerned about that much growth, that many new employees in the Bureau. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, seeing no other comments, I will accept a motion to approve.
So moved, Madam Chair.
I have a motion from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a few comments. I know we've talked about this extensively, but maybe just a few reminders for all of us here that the legislative branch is a co-equal branch of government. We need to advocate for ourselves. We've been hearing budget presentations from the judiciary and the executive branch, and every single one of those people are asking for more employees to be able to do the work. I see this as very, very much in line with this. Would also note that, in my opinion, we are the weakest branch of state government, being that we're every other year part-time, which makes our staff even more important because all of us go back to other jobs in the interim. I see this as a good governance measure. As has been noted, the other constitutional offices will be co-located in this space. I think that's going to allow for collaboration in the interim in a way that we don't really have right now. In addition, I'll say as chair of the Legislative Commission, and I know we have chairs of the IFC on this committee, I don't think people realize what goes into the legislative work that happens in the interim with those two committees. It's extraordinarily busy, not just for those, but for all of our interim committees. And as I mentioned, staff is just even more important in a world where we live in, where we have term limits. Most people don't serve their full term. So that continuity, you know, it may not help us, but it's certainly going to help the legislative institution, the legislative branch into the future. I just think about days that I have down in Southern Nevada where I spend my entire day driving from one location to another, trying to have meetings with constituents, with lobbyists, with legislative meetings. I mean, there are literally days where I don't even make it into my real job. And I just think about what it would be like if we had a space like we do here, where I could stack a whole bunch of meetings. Yes, that helps me, but I think it helps the state because it helps us be effective to our constituents and helps us prepare for the legislative session and helps staff. So we're not having meetings at Starbucks where you're talking about sensitive ideas and information. You're always looking over your shoulder to see who is there. And then, you know, I think, you know, just the last thing I wanted to say on the legislative police and security front, this work is getting more difficult and it's getting more dangerous in the world that we live in. And, you know, it's not something that I've talked about all that much publicly, but a number of us in the legislature had to testify at a criminal trial not too long ago about someone making death threats against us and our families. Thankfully, that person was convicted and sentenced to prison, but these are real threats. So, you know, if we're going to do this and we're going to do it right, we need to have a building that's staffed appropriately, that's maintained appropriately. As Director Robb has said, we don't want $20,000 problems to turn into $2 million problems by not maintaining buildings, and that includes legislative police. So I don't see this as an overbearing expansion of the legislative branch. I see this as the legislative branch advocating for its rightful place in our state government and asking for what we need to be able to effectively represent our constituents in the interim. Let's not forget that 80% of us come from Southern Nevada. We do this because it's public service, but in the interim, it is really hard to operate without a dedicated space for us and our staff. So I just say that to indicate that I'm obviously supportive of this. I think it's well past time that we advocate for ourselves, thereby benefiting the citizens of Nevada. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Ganser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm in agreement with the campus. I appreciate that we're going to be able to have the governor's, the executive branch and constitutional officers, you know, on the same campus, and it looks like it's a great spot, so I appreciate that this administration was able to find that instead of building new buildings. You know, I also agree that we could use more staffers with LCB. I think our staff is incredible, but I know they're overworked. But when I contemplate the amount of money we're going to spend and the expansion, I think about our positions, and first of all, folks from Southern Nevada, absolutely. I think you need offices and need to be able to meet people. Oftentimes, with businesses, you use something called like a hotel office, like a rotating office, so that you can use the office when you need it, and then you use conference rooms. So some offices and some conference rooms for people to meet, because typically you meet with more than one person, I think would be extremely helpful. But I also think we need to keep in mind that we're honored to serve. We represent our constituents, and we're also stewards of the taxpayers' money, and I'm very concerned about this large expansion. And I think I'm not sure if it's over 2 buildings or 3 buildings, but that's part of it, is the expansion of the physical space, when perhaps we could use hotel offices and conference rooms to be able to make sure that the individuals, particularly who are in Clark County, can serve the constituents how they want to serve the constituents. I'm very supportive of you. This is just too much of an expansion. And the last thing I'll say is that, you know, we're in these positions, we work really hard too, and I understand that we need to advocate for ourselves, but we also have to recognize that we're temporary, that we're here for a limited period of time, and we need to not consider ourselves personally. I think we need to look at the body and how the body can function best in the long run, and what our needs truly are versus what we want. What do we need versus what do we want? And again, as stewards of taxpayer money. So anyway, I'm going to be a no, because I think it's just too much. It's too large of an expansion. Again, respectfully recognizing that the representatives from the South need space, and it would be very helpful for them. Thank you. And lastly, the only other thing I'll say is, again, that there's only 31 LCP staffers over these buildings, only 31 staffers that are in audit and research and legal and so forth. The rest of them are around securing and cleaning the buildings, because it would be such a spread campus for just our portion of the campus. Thank you.
Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be a significant definite no on this budget item, although I appreciate the concerns of my Southern Nevada colleagues. Everybody in this building who ran for election understood and has participated in this process, knowing full well where we are located, what that process is. And with this significant expansion of government, I feel strongly that I, who have to drive no matter where these buildings are located, know that. I knew that running. And I think it's certainly a large leap in government that I cannot support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? And I will remind members that we are not taking a vote on purchasing buildings today. We are taking a vote on the legislative operation costs. And that's the document you have before you. You are getting handed right now. You can go ahead. It's fine. For those that didn't bring with them the printout of the campus, we had that printout brought to you. But this is a vote on the legislative Council Bureau's operating costs. That is what you are voting on today. So we have a motion on the table, and we had a second on the motion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please raise your hand. So we have Senator Gansert, Senator Gokachia, Senator Titus, Assemblywoman Kasama, Assemblyman Hafen, Assemblywoman Dickman, and Assemblyman O'Neill. The motion passes on the Assembly side and the motion fails on the Senate. We will see this again at our Differences Day. Moving on. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we will move on to the Public Utilities Commission.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Morgan Barlow, Program Analyst for the Fiscal Analyst Division of the Legislative Counsel Bureau. Before you on page 29 is the budget account for the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. This is the singular budget of the Public Utilities Commission. This is considered a staff closed budget. There were no major issues identified or other significant items. This has not been heard before the committee previously, and fiscal staff is responsible for preparing the recommendations for this budget. So budget account 3920, the Public Utilities Commission regulates public companies engaged in electric, natural gas, telephone, water, sewer services, and has oversight authority regarding electric and gas utilities administration of renewable energy incentive and demonstration programs, and administers the Portfolio Energy Credit Program. As mentioned, there are no major closing items identified for this budget. There are, however, 3 other closing items that are noted, and I will note out other item 3 on page 30, a technical adjustment. Fiscal staff recommends a technical adjustment to decrease reserves of the agency in alignment with the lease agreement for the Carson City office. Both the agency and the Governor's Finance Office concur with this adjustment. And therefore, fiscal staff recommends other closing item 1 and 2 be closed as recommended by the governor, and closing item 3 be closed with the noted technical adjustment to align building lease expenditures and request authority for staff to make technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you, members. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion from Senator Dandero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to our next item on the agenda, the Department of Sentencing Policy, budget account 1010.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Nicolette Johnston, Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. Budget account 1010 is the Department of Sentencing Policy. This department supports and assists the Nevada Sentencing Commission in making data-driven sentencing and corrections policy recommendations to the legislature. This is a staff-closed budget and has not been previously heard by the committee, and there will be one singular motion on the last page of this packet. There are no major closing issues. There are 4 other closing items. Other closing item 3 is Budget Amendment A232571010, which submitted by the Governor's Finance Office on March 31st and recommends general fund appropriations of $30,655 in each year of the upcoming biennium to fund the agency's share of costs for the Department of Administration's Administrative Services Division to provide fiscal duties and budgetary support to the department. The cost allocation charges paid to the ASD to provide this support would cost less than adding staff to perform these fiscal duties. A companion budget amendment was submitted to address ASD's needs for 2 budget analyst positions, which was heard yesterday, April 28th, during the Administrative Services Division's budget closing and was approved by the Joint Subcommittee on General Government. As such, Budget Amendment A2326711010 for the Department of Sentencing Policy is contingent upon the approval of Budget Amendment A2310711371 for the two positions in ASD. Other closing item 4 addresses unclassified position changes. As originally recommended, the governor's budget increases general fund appropriations by approximately $23,000 over the 23-25 biennium to convert an unclassified staff attorney position to a chief financial officer position, as well as to increase in-state and out-of-state travel for this position. Of the total, approximately $18,000 was recommended to fund the salary and benefit increase of the position conversion over the upcoming biennium. However, on April 14th, the Governor's Finance Office transmitted Budget Amendment A232991010, which revises the position conversion recommendation in Decision Unit E815 from a staff attorney position to a deputy director position to align the position title commensurate with the department's needs. The budget amendment reduces general fund appropriations in Decision Unit E815 by approximately $9,000 in each year of the biennium to revise the recommended position conversion to a title change only with no change in salary. Decisions pertaining to unclassified salaries and position changes will be determined by the committees at a later date when the pay bill is considered. As mentioned, this decision unit also includes general fund appropriations of $662 in each year of the upcoming biennium, as recommended by the governor, for in-state travel for the deputy director, as well as $1,949 in general fund appropriations for out-of-state travel, also in each year of the upcoming biennium, so the deputy director may attend the National Sentencing Policy Conference with the director. Fiscal staff recommends that other items 1 and 2 be closed as recommended by the governor. Other item 3 be closed as recommended by Budget Amendment A232671010, contingent upon the approval of Budget Amendment A231071371 in the Administrative Services Division budget, which recommends 2 new positions to support the additional workload as a result of the division providing services to new agencies in the upcoming biennium. And the other item 4 be closed as revised by Budget Amendment A232991010, which reduces recommended general fund appropriations by $9,742 in FY 2024 and $9,011 in FY 2025 to remove the salary increase associated with the conversion of a staff attorney position to a deputy director position. Fiscal staff requests authority to make technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And with that, I will accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could make the motion, please. I would move to approve other items 1 and 2 as recommended by the governor. Other item 3 be closed as recommended in Budget Amendment A232671010, which provides general fund appropriations of $30,655 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to fund the agency's share of costs for the Department of Administration's Administrative Services Division, to provide fiscal duties and budgetary support for the Department of Sentencing Policy over the 2023-25 biennium, contingent upon the approval of Budget Amendment A231071371 in the Administrative Services Division budget. Other item 4 be closed as revised by Budget Amendment A232991010, which reduces recommended general fund appropriations by $9,742 in fiscal year 2024 and $9,011 in fiscal year 25 to remove the salary increase associated with the conversion of a staff attorney position to a deputy director position. And, Madam Chair, I would also like to approve general fund appropriations of $77,828 in fiscal year 2024 and $95,059 in fiscal year 2025 to support a new management analyst 4 position and its operating expenditures to provide additional staffing for the data section and assist with data collection. Finally, I would recommend providing fiscal staff with authority to make technical adjustments as necessary.
Thank you. We have a motion by Assemblywoman Hadigi and a second from Senator Don Darrell Loop. Discussion on the motion. Assemblyman Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to express that I'm supportive of the motion. I think the Department of Sentencing Policy is tasked with doing some very critical things in the state and looking at our criminal justice system, analyzing what's happening there, and particularly appreciative for general fund appropriations to add a management analyst 4 position. One of the things we, at least in judiciary, we've always complained about is a lack of actionable data in the state, that we don't seem to collect data consistently across the state, and the whole vision behind the Department of Sentencing Policy is that they would be able to do that, so we as a legislature can make better decisions about what we're doing when it comes to policy. And I think adding this additional management analyst 4 position will help them to do that. Frankly, I'm worried if we don't add that, they're not going to be able to carry out their statutory duties, and so just appreciative of that and would urge everyone on the committee to support that.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So, members, that takes us to our reports from subcommittee, and our next report will be the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public and Behavioral, Business and Administration. Business and Administration, as they sit there patiently waiting like, what are you doing?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, Morgan Barlow, and I am joined here with my distinguished colleagues, Yuri Yakovlev and Justin Luna. We are the program analysts for the Fiscal Analyst Division of the Legislative Council Bureau, and we were assigned the Department of Business and Industry. And so we are here to present before the committee the Joint Subcommittee on General Government Closing Report. The Joint Subcommittee on General Government has completed its review of the budgets for the Department of Business and Industry for the 2023 to 25 biennium. When compared to the governor's recommended budget, the subcommittee closing recommendation resulted in an increase in general fund appropriations of $7,175 in each year of the 2023 to 25 biennium. The following comments describe the more significant recommendations of the subcommittee. Business and Industry Administration Budget 101-4681. As recommended by the governor, the subcommittee recommended approval of general fund appropriations totaling $5,250 in new fee revenue to be placed in reserves each year of the 2023 to 25 biennium, resulting from registration of structured settlement purchase companies contingent upon the passage and approval of Senate Bill 449 or other enabling legislation. Division of Industrial Relations 210-4680. The subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation for an allocation from the Workers' Compensation and Safety Fund totaling $2.1 million over the 2023-25 biennium to fund the modernization of the Division of Industrial Relations Claims and Regulatory Data System. Home Means Nevada Initiative, budget account 101-3840. The subcommittee recommended approval of Federal American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds of $125 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to continue funding for the Home Means Nevada Initiative budget, as recommended by the governor. Account for Affordable Housing, budget account 101-3838. The subcommittee recommended approval of Federal American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds of $4.4 million in each year of the 2023-25 biennium to continue funding for a portion of an affordable housing project on county-owned land in West Las Vegas, as recommended by the governor. Taxi Cab Authority, budget account 245-4130. The subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation to reclassify one existing vacant classified chief compliance/enforcement investigator position to an unclassified deputy administrator position, which would increase reserves by $22,031 over the 2023 to 25 biennium. Nevada Transportation Authority, budget account 101-3922. The subcommittee recommended approval of highway fund appropriations totaling $741,398 over the 2023 to 25 biennium for 3 new compliance enforcement investigator positions to create a special investigations unit, as recommended by the governor. The subcommittee further recommended approval of the governor's recommendation for highway fund appropriations totaling $251,396 over the 2023 to 25 biennium for 2 new administrative assistant positions to provide support for the agency's applications unit in the Las Vegas office and to provide supervision in the Reno office. Labor Commissioner, budget account 101-3900. The subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation to continue funding the state apprenticeship program by replacing federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Governor's Reserve funds transferred from the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation with general fund appropriations totaling $295,148 over the 2023 to 25 biennium, inclusive of the general fund appropriations of $18,458 in the base budget. Division of Mortgage Lending, budget account 101-3910. The subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation to reduce reserves by $166,234 over the 2023 to 25 biennium for 1 new compliance/audit investigator position. The subcommittee further recommended approval to reduce reserves by $239,987 over the 2023 to 25 biennium for 1 new IT professional position to develop and implement a cybersecurity examination program. Finally, due to continued concern over the division's projected reserve level, which is equivalent to approximately 1,650 days in fiscal year 2024 and 1,568 days in fiscal year 2025, the subcommittee recommended the issuance of a letter of intent instructing the Division of Mortgage Lending to provide the Interim Finance Committee with a report prior to the commencement of the 2025 legislative sessions on efforts to reduce its reserves to a reasonable level. The subcommittee recommended approval of all other closing items within the Department of Business and Industry's budgets as recommended by the governor, with technical adjustments noted by staff and authorized fiscal staff to make technical adjustments as necessary. The subcommittee recommended closing the following Department of Business and Industry's budgets as recommended by the governor with or without minor technical adjustments. Office of Business and Planning, 101-4677, New Markets Performance Guarantee, 101-4678, Private Activity Bonds, 101-4683, Insurance Regulation, 504-3813, Captive Insurers, 504-3818, Insurance Recovery, 504-3821, Self-Insured Workers' Compensation, 210-4684, Occupational Safety and Health Enforcement, 210-4682, Safety Consultation and Training, 210-4685, Mine Safety and Training, 210-4686, Housing Division, 503-3841, Special Housing Assistance, 101-3839, Weatherization, 101-4865, Housing Inspection and Compliance, 101-3845, Employee Management Relations Board, 101-1374, Real Estate Technology Account, 101-3822, Real Estate Administration, 101-3823, Real Estate Education and Research, 216-3826, Real Estate Recovery Account, 216-3827, Common Interest Communities 101-3820, and Transportation Authority Administration Fines 101-3923. Additionally, Nevada Attorney for Injured Workers, 101-1013, Division of Financial Institutions, 101-3835, Financial Institution Investigations, 101-3805, and Financial Institutions Audit, 101-3882.
Thank you so much. Members, any discussion? Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had questions in the packet on page 46, and it's related to the 73 acres, which would be the 270 projected households, where there's a $10 million allocation. And I see that the city of North Las Vegas is in the back. Could I have them come up and answer some questions, Madam Chair?
If the city would join us at the table, that would be great.
Thank you.
Would representatives from BNI be of assistance also?
Yeah, I don't know if do you want them side by side? I mean, let's do this part.
Okay, all right. We'll see where you go with this.
Okay. All right. So, I have a series of questions, actually. So on April 21st, 2023, we received a memorandum from our fiscal staff and backup documentation from business and industry that gave us an application that was submitted, I believe, in September of 2022. Do you recall or have knowledge that the city submitted an application, a federal application for 73-acre project?
Jared Luke, City of North Las Vegas, for the record, Madam Chair, through you to the Senator. Yes, we submitted an application for Home Means Nevada dollars I think the amount was $10 million.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. So do you also recall that in the application you cited that City of North Las Vegas had a percentage of historically disenfranchised people? They had the highest amount, and that you would be using ARPA recovery, HUD, and general fund dollars to supplement a Home Means Nevada investment to close the gap for an estimated $80 million acquisition cost.
Jared Luke, for the record, through you, Chair, to the Senator.
You can go directly to the member.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Senator, we had submitted that application, and that was the initial findings that we looked at. If the city would pursue this, how the city would be able to purchase the land if it moved forward.
Okay, thank you for that. Mm-hmm. And then my follow-up question, in the application, it was cited that there would be an acquisition of the Texas Station land, Texas Station Hotel land, and also Fiesta Station, which accumulated, I guess, roughly 73 acres. Do you recall that as being true?
We had, Jared Luke, for the record, Senator Neal, we had initial exploratory conversations with the station's properties. Once we found out that those properties were going to be put on the market for sale, we looked at this being a potential site to increase, or I should say replace, revenue that would be lost by those two properties being shut down and sold, and also to increase our stock of affordable housing.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you also recall in the application that there was a certification statement of completeness and truthfulness that was added to the back page of the application where the City of North Las Vegas wrote in the words that everything that they attested to in the application was true?
Jared Luke, for the record, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, on April 6th, we received a letter the day that we found out in this committee about the 73 acres, and I'm going to read it verbatim. It says, "Dear Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the Interim Finance Committee, this letter is intended to correct the record from the morning of April 6, 2023 IFC meeting during the legislative session. Comments were made regarding the recently vacated and for sale Texas Station properties in North Las Vegas on Rancho Boulevard. The city of North Las Vegas is not buying the Texas Station property, nor has council allocated $80 million for this site. Sincerely, the City of North Las Vegas Government Affairs Team." Are you aware of this letter?
Jared Luke for the record, yes, ma'am.
So how do we reconcile the application, which is attested to be true, which then states that $80 million is, I would say accumulated. Let me read it exactly. All right, so it says on question 17 in the application, the City of North Las Vegas seeks to acquire the entire 73 available acres for this project, with the final acquisition dependent upon the amount of support from Home Means Nevada funds. The city has earmarked ARPA recovery, HUD, and general fund dollars to supplement a Home Means Nevada investment and close the gap in what is estimated to be an $80 million acquisition cost. So as I read that statement, and let me read another portion of the application, because I want to be as accurate as possible. So it also mentioned in this document, it's on question 18, it said, when the land acquired through the Home Means Nevada initiative is put to use, could you please describe the following to the best of your abilities? And it said, the City of North Las Vegas will adhere to its affirmative fair housing marketing plan and an intentional plan design with a marketing strategy or approach to attract renters and or buyers, which would less likely apply to multifamily and single-family developments. Then it continues to say that, meaning that the city will make a good faith effort to attract to a project those minority or majority groups who are less likely to apply or underrepresented in a neighborhood or a community. And those good faith efforts are recorded activities and documented outreach to those individuals identified at least likely to apply. And that the affirmative marketing requirements apply to all housing programs, including tenant-based rental assistance and down payment assistance rental. So the application was submitted. Has it been withdrawn?
Jared Luke for the record, no, it has not. We have a letter of commitment from the Home Means Nevada from the state.
Thank you for that. So in the attestation that the application is true, then why would a letter be submitted to this committee saying that nor has the council allocated $80 million for this site, when in the application on question 22I, it says North Las Vegas, once it's a repeat, North Las Vegas seeks to acquire the entire 73 available acres for this project, with the final disposition dependent upon the amount of the support from the Home Means Nevada funds. The city has earmarked ARPA recovery, HUD, general fund dollars to supplement a Home Means Nevada investment and close what is an estimated to be an $80 million acquisition cost. So it's cited multiple times in the application, and then there's backup of the SAM's documents. There is a discriminatory policy that is submitted. There then is a continuation of letters from the city manager's office. So help me reconcile the letter sent to this committee on April 6th.
Jared Luke for the record. Senator Neal, in the fall of 2022, when those properties became available for sale, we entered into initial and exploratory conversations with the station's properties. Staff looked at what it would look like if we could increase stock for our affordable housing, if we could replace potential lost revenue from those two properties being sold. And in doing so, we started putting together financials. Where can we find the dollars to do this? Do we have the capacity to move forward on a project of this magnitude? And at the same time, we had a window open for the Home Means Nevada application. So we obviously applied for those dollars. In our conversations with the station's folks, it became apparent that A, the price was going to be way too high for the city to move forward on it, and the closing time, which they were looking at, was a little too quick for the city. So the risk was too great for us to move forward on the project. So towards the end of the year, we pulled back. We then started looking and discussing with the state, what are our options now on the Home Means Nevada dollars? We want to make sure that whomever buys this property, private developer, whomever, if there's a housing component, can we utilize these dollars in some type of a sub-award scenario or something like that that would ensure the development of affordable housing? That was still, and to this day, still remains the goal of the city.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to ask this question one more time. Have you withdrawn your application for the initial $10 million ask that cites purchasing the 73 acres and proposed to build 270 units, which is listed on question 22C in the application?
Jared Luke for the record. Let me read this. Hopefully it will clarify your question, Madam Senator. The state indicated that the city would make changes to its project proposal at the final application phase. For instance, after the city submitted preliminary applications and shortly before the applications were due, the sale of both the Texas Station and Fiesta Station casino properties was announced. The city believed that the land represented an unprecedented opportunity to potentially develop an affordable housing master plan community with a minimum of 270 units for city residents. Because the potential opportunity would have served more residents on potentially better financial terms, the city amended its project proposal, and the city's final application indicated that the city's plan to pursue the potential purchase of the properties for the HMNI grant and any other land that the city would that could be used for the proposed project. Further, as part of the HMNI grant process, the division was to, quote, provide commitment letters to applicants who successfully received a preliminary award of Home Means Nevada funding. These applicants will then receive funding agreements which include not only the award, but also detail the compliance and reporting requirements prescribed by the Treasury Final Rule, April 22, 2023 IFC Committee meeting packet. Thus, the terms of the project were not finalized until the awardee executed the proposed agreement. Further, the process recognizes that as is common with these types of grants, the precise contours of a proposed project can and often do change over time. The April 22, 2023 IFC materials from the division also indicated that the grant and loan agreements that had been provided to most, but not all of the awardees, and that most of the agreements that had been sent out were, quote, currently under review and consideration by the awardees. Thus, the state anticipated that the awardees would have the opportunity to review and consider the terms and conditions of the state, and presumably to make any requested revisions and to the proposed project based on any change in circumstances. As of today's date, the city has not yet received the proposed HMNI grant agreement from the state. The city has kept the state apprised of the status of the station's property, but is not aware of any procedure to amend its application at this point in the process. As the station's property is currently in the process of being purchased by a buyer other than the city will necessarily have to seek to amend the terms of the HMNI grant award once it receives the proposed agreement, or may have to forego the award if the city cannot locate an alternative site or suitable project plan.
Okay, thank you for that. So are you aware or do you have knowledge that we approved a 21 million, I believe it's 21 million in land acquisition, and 10 million of that included the $10 million that was requested by the city of North Las Vegas. Are you aware that that moved out of committee as an approval? And if so, did you contact business and industry to withdraw your $10 million request?
Jared Luke, for the record, to my knowledge, we are still working with the state in what are the various options with the company that's currently in escrow on the property.
Thank you for that. So also, my final question, Chair. So in the application on, it's question 4H, since you cited in your $80 million, I guess, accrual of funds, which included, I believe I stated HUD and ARPA, and it was stated in your application on question 4H that HUD does regular monitoring and reviews for the city housing programs. Have you engaged HUD or made them aware that the HUD dollars would be used for acquiring the 73 acres?
Jared Luke, for the record, that's a fair question, and I will get back to you on the answer.
Okay, so to kind of close this out, in the letter that was submitted where it stated, nor has the council allocated $80 million for this site, the interpretation, I'm just going to just do plain language of allocate, $80 million for the site. And why would the statement be sent when in your federal application to BNI, it shows that there was an accumulation of 80 million or what would be estimated to be $80 million in acquisition cost. And so 10 million state, and then HUD, ARPA, and general fund from the city. Because that's not clear, because nor means it's the equivalent of saying hasn't happened. So can you reconcile the statement submitted to this committee?
Jared Luke, for the record, at the time, as I said earlier, the price was too high and the timing was too short, so the staff backed away from the project as a whole. Staff was never able to make a full recommendation to council, and it was never agendized. We didn't have, they wanted to close quicker than we could have gotten it before council.
So it was never agendized, but so the letter that came from the city manager's office from the city clerk on September 15th, 2022, which said that pursuant, well, that was not the same one, but there was a letter, there was backup policy turned, so it was never approved, but you never pulled the application from the state, and no amendments.
Jared Luke, for the record, as stated before, we pulled away from the purchase of the properties late in the year of 2023 or 2022, and we have been working with the state to ask, what can we do now? Can we subaward? Can we do this? Can we do that? And we've gotten some feedback back, but we are waiting to have conversations with the developer once they're solidified in their escrow period.
Okay, thank you for that. Mm-hmm. So, Madam Chair, can I have BNI come up? And thank you for your comments, Mr. Luke. But I don't know if you've watched the prior committee hearings, especially the General Government Subcommittee hearing that I chair. And I asked a specific question whether or not there have been amendments to this application to business and industry. And I also asked if there had been a withdrawal. And to their knowledge, they believed you were still moving forward with this project. So I would like business and industry to come up.
Business and industry, if you can join us at the table.
Good morning. Terry Reynolds, Director for the Department of Business and Industry, and to my right is Housing Administrator Steve Acroft. We're happy to answer any questions you have on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair. So do you have any additional information? It was stated just a minute ago on the record that you were made aware that this application, that they weren't able to purchase the, go through with the deal on the land. Are you aware of that?
Steve Acroft, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division. At this point, to my knowledge, we are not aware of that.
Were you at all aware that, or did you believe that they had acquired roughly $70 million and they were going to use the $10 million to close the gap for the purchase of the 73 acres?
Steve Acroft again for the record. The agreement has not been finalized. That would have been part of potentially the proposed agreement to ensure that the other funding was procured to assist in the project.
Thank you for that. After we approved the land acquisition, which, you know, was a memorable hearing, did they contact you after and say, we no longer want the 10 million, or we have other options for the $10 million, and help us find out another arrangement or another properties?
Pardon me. Steve Acroft for the record. Most of those discussions have been with our council. So to my knowledge, there's not been talk of withdrawing. They are still trying to work through that application. I'm assuming potentially on alternative sites, but I don't know that for fact.
This is Terry Reynolds, Director for the Department of Business and Industry. Let me address a couple things. I think I really need to kind of cut to the chase here on this and be kind of frank with you in terms of the process and what we're seeing today. First of all, this is what we've heard today is a substantial departure from the application that they have. And because of that, we would have to have a dialogue with North Las Vegas to either suspend their application or to enter into a modification of the application. But it appears that this is such a substantial departure that it would make their current application invalid. And we would have to determine that, and we would ask that formal question regarding their application in terms of the status of that. The second thing is that the budget closing here is the funding is in the aggregate, meaning that it's other than the West Side project. It's not specific at this point to any specific projects. It's allocation for certain categories. Failure of a entity that put in an application to be able to proceed with that application would render the overall aggregate funds to be redistributed to additional or other projects. And so that would be our intent if the project would fall by the wayside, and we may have, as we have indicated through various IFC meetings, that we may have those projects fall to the wayside. Some of them that are not able to get additional financing or to purchase properties or to be able to go forward with the project. And so we would reallocate those funds. That's where we are today it appears with this application and with this project, but that's not specific to the allocation of the overall monies for new projects, land acquisition, preservation, or new housing. So that's kind of where we sit to this, and I wanted to make that clear. But and I appreciate the dialogue, Senator Neal, and the question and the Q&A that has happened today has been very enlightening for us, and it's kind of given us the direction of where we need to head on this specific project. But as terms of the aggregate here, in terms of the allocation for the closing documents, I think we're still on track for that.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Neal, for the discussion, and thank North Las Vegas and BNI for coming up to address it. I think that's during the discussion today, there is some work that needs to be done. So as you said, a substantial departure from the application. So we look forward to an update of where this goes. We know that it was with $23. It's already been out there. So I would appreciate if you could keep this body informed as to the outcome of what happens with this application moving forward.
Chair Moreno, certainly we will do that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I forgot one thing, though.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And thank you so much. So this is actually for North Las Vegas. And thank you so much, BNI. So, Mr. Luke, in North Las Vegas's conversation to acquire land and develop affordable housing, and also with the citation in your application that you have the highest amount of disenfranchised minority residents, has it at all come up as a priority for the city of North Las Vegas to use any of this Home Means Nevada money, ARPA money, HUD money, general fund money to affect the interest of the Windsor Park residents?
Jared Luke, for the record. Windsor Park is a priority for the city. There have been multiple conversations on how to move forward to resolve that situation. And I appreciate you for leading out on that. As far as what dollars have been discussed and how to affect change in that neighborhood, that is an ongoing conversation. If you remember, there is a federal program in place that had been used in the past, and so there's a lot of conversation moving forward.
Thank you for that, because the application shows that you accumulated or were willing to acquire and accumulate ARPA, HUD, and general fund in order to build or really acquire land. So if the city of North Las Vegas has a plan, which it was stated in a prior hearing that there was a plan I wasn't aware of, a plan for the families, then why wouldn't land that is a couple of miles away from that neighborhood be considered a priority for the relocation, knowing that after you became aware of the bill and after the opposition to the bill, that there would then be a consideration of how to maybe flex dollars or expend the money that clearly is within the budget of North Las Vegas to apply that for a remedy for the residents of Windsor Park.
Jared Luke, for the record, I appreciate the question. Like I said before, it's a circular conversation, and we've just met with, we've been meeting actually for the last, I don't know how long. As soon as Mayor Goins Brown was sworn into office as the newly elected mayor, she traveled to D.C. and met with President Biden himself and Secretary Fudge in the Oval Office on that very topic. How do we move forward, and how do we satisfy the situation here? So I can't speak to what dollars are being allocated and if this was all part of that conversation, but I can tell you, Senator Neal, that this is a priority for council. It's a priority for the city to figure out what the correct avenue is. Yes.
Thank you for that, because it's interesting, because I literally had a conversation less than 24 hours ago with HUD office, a actual person that's in Marcia Fudge's office, and it was her deputy assistant director who called me on the phone and had no idea about Windsor Park. And then I provided documentation, the documentary, the hearing, YouTube video, so they could become aware of Windsor Park in HUD. And it was, I was on the phone with them for an hour, actually. And they never once mentioned that there had been prior conversations with the city of North Las Vegas or Mayor Goins Brown. They had read in the newspaper about it, but they had become aware of it in our conversation and then became aware of the bill. And so that's very enlightening. And I will double check, but I know she was pretty accurate that I was the first person calling her and talking to her about it.
Jared Luke, for the record, when did you say you talked? Was that within the last 24 hours?
So, yeah.
Okay. I physically was there on Tuesday in Secretary Fudge's office. I have pictures I can show you with mayor and with city management discussing Windsor Park. And that it was in that meeting when she told us, you guys need to look now that earmarks are back, the way she put it, and it's the way most of us think of it now, even though it has a different acronym and a different name. You guys need to look at earmarks to replenish the existing fund that started in the 1990s.
Okay.
So I'm willing to
Well,
send
I mean,
pictures.
I appreciate pictures. I like written minutes. I love those a lot.
Okay.
So thank you for that, though. Pictures mean a lot, but written word actually means much more to me. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm done.
Thank you. Senator Dondero-Loop.
Thank you very much. I've been following this discussion quite a bit. You know, I was born and raised in Las Vegas. I'm very, very well aware of that area. In fact, my own parents were very involved with members of that particular community. My father served as the first president of the Economic Opportunity Board and was a principal over there in that area. So I'm very aware of what my fellow senator is discussing. And one thing that I've heard over and over again is that this is a priority of the city. This is a priority of a city. So I guess what I'm wondering, if it's a priority, why isn't it done? Why isn't it even started? Why aren't the discussions happening? I feel like nothing has been said until we heard legislation regarding this. And trust me, I have followed it, because while I represent a district that isn't there, I follow what I can in the entire state of Nevada, because what's good for Nevada is good for all of us. So if you could answer that question, why, if this is a priority, it hasn't been discussed, started, done, pick your lane, but tell me why.
Jared Luke, for the record, and thank you for the question. I can't speak to the long history of Windsor Park. I can only speak to what's happened since the 2013 elections and the financial rebuild of the city. Obviously, we were laser focused. Mayor and council, administration, and management was laser focused on keeping the lights on and fixing the city's financial situation. When we got to a point, the city got to a point where it could start looking at more specific items than just the city as a whole, then we went into COVID. And obviously COVID distracted many, many things. Now we're at a point where I'm glad this conversation is on the table. I think there's a conversation that Senator Neal needs to have with Mayor Goins Brown and hash some things out. I think that there's a conversation of what do we do with the existing federal program? Does it need to be modernized? So when I say it's a priority, Mayor Goins Brown was elected just a few short months ago. And this is something that she's immediately stepped out on and started to lead on and lead conversations and start to look at what the options are for folks that are living in Windsor Park.
Thank you for that answer. I guess I think this has been going on since 2000. I think that's about when it's been going on. So I don't know how many mayors we've had since then, at least 2. But I guess what I would say is what I always say with every hard discussion we have, and I don't care what the subject is, until it's your kid, until it's your family, until it's your mother. So I think that's how we need to think in this building when we make discussions that are hard. You know, it's all good until it touches you. So with that, I would hope that we can move forward on this and do it very expediently. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Just a few things. This has been a long conversation today, and it wasn't part of this budget closing, but we're here. I like to request that the city supply this committee with, I think it goes back to 2020 that this fund was started. How much money was actually in the fund when it started? What has happened between 2000 actually to where we are now, 2023? Where the money was spent, what improvements were made, how much money is left in the fund. And while I appreciate the fact that Mayor Goins was recently elected as mayor and proud of her for that position, she did serve the city of North Las Vegas as a council member for 12 years. So she may be new to the mayor's job, she's not new to the situation that's going on. So I would request that the city of North Las Vegas prepares that document and has it to this legislative body. And I think it should be really easy to get through your records on this situation, and especially with the discussion that's been going on throughout this legislative session. So I would like to have that within a week, presented to us. And then I know there's two other members that have comments. I'm going to go to Assemblyman Miller and then Senator Ganser.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to ask that in that request that we also have any line item as to what has directly gone to the direct impact of the residents of Windsor Park, if that can be added, Chair. Thank you.
That can be added. Thank you. Senator Ganser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the privilege to serve on the Revenue and Economic Development Committee, and we've had a number of bills come through. A couple of them have been about Windsor Park, and I can say as an observation, I haven't seen any prioritization. But what I want to get to is in the application that you made with the Home Means Nevada Fund, it was an $80 million package for the 73 acres. It was $10 million from the state, and then you'd have to come up with $70 other million. I'm aware of another bill that's out here now, that's at this, here at this session, where it's looking for the state to put up $10 million, and the match on North Las Vegas and is around $20 million, I believe. So the thought is, if you can put an application in where you think you can get $70 million matching for the $10 million from the state, I'm really hoping that you can figure out how to put matching money together in case the legislation that's been proposed here is passed. And again, I've been observing and I've seen the videos and the documentary and so forth, and I think there's more that can be done for those people, and it's been actually decades. So I think when you request information, I think Senator Neal can tell you the year that it started, but I think it's been 30 or 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion on this sub-subject matter, I thank you for joining us, and I look forward to getting that document.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So members, we've had the presentation from BNI, and you may not remember the recommendations, so I'm going to invite our staff back up to make their closing recommendations before I call for a motion. So members, do you have any questions for them before I ask for a motion to approve the report as presented? Seeing none, then I will entertain the motion to approve.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Senator Don Darrell Loop and a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. And now we'll move on to the Department of Health and Human Services Division of Public and Behavioral Health. Thank you. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tiffany Greenmeyer, Program Analyst for the Fiscal Division. And I'm here to present the closing report for the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public and Behavioral Health. The Subcommittee on Human Services has completed its review of the Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Public and Behavioral Health, and has made the following recommendations for the division's 2023-25 biennium budget. The closing recommendations of the subcommittee resulted in an increase of general fund appropriations of $2.9 million in fiscal year 2024 and $1.5 million in fiscal year 2025 when compared to the governor's recommended budget. The following comments describe the more significant recommendations of the subcommittee. The first budget is Child Care Services, budget count 3149. As recommended by the governor, the subcommittee recommended the addition of 4 new facility surveyor positions and 1 new facility surveyor supervisor position to address increased workload totaling $809,275 in federal child care and development block grant funds transferred from the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services. This subcommittee also recommended the transfer of the budget from the Division of Public and Behavioral Health to the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, as recommended by the governor and contingent upon passage and approval of enabling legislation. The next budget, Nevada Central Cancer Registry, budget count 3153, the subcommittee recommended approval of reducing issuance and renewal fee revenues by $51,148 in fiscal year 2024 and $36,148 in fiscal year 2025 to align revenues with updated agency projections and reducing contractual expenditures by $182,936 over the 2023-25 biennium, which would not be needed due to the hiring of a permanent state position. The next budget is Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services, budget count 3161. As recommended by the governor, the subcommittee recommended approval of $3.3 million in general fund appropriations over the 2023-25 biennium to fund the conversion of 12 intermittent positions to state full-time positions, 1 new state licensed psychologist, 1 new contract forensic psychiatrist, and associated costs to support forensic bed capacity at the Stein Forensic Facility. The subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation of $7.6 million in general fund appropriations over the 2023-25 biennium to fund 37 new positions, including 21 forensic specialists and 16 psychiatric nurses, as well as contract costs to support housing clients for the 30 forensic bed expansion of the Ross and Neal Psychiatric Hospital D-POD unit, which is scheduled to be open July 1st, 2023. The subcommittee also recommended approval of $598,208 in general fund appropriations over the 2023-25 biennium, as recommended by the governor, to fund 1 contract psychiatrist position for the medication clinic. The subcommittee recommended approval of revisions to the governor's recommended budget due to delays in the renovation of the Las Vegas Detention Center, which allocated an American Rescue Plan Act coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds of $9.4 million in fiscal year 2024, $10 million in fiscal year 2025, and pursuant to the direction provided by the money committees during the April 4th, 2023 ARPA Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds work session, fiscal staff added a technical adjustment to include ARPA Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds reserve category to reserve the forensics Las Vegas jail renovation expenditures totaling $23.3 million projected to be needed in the 2025-27 biennium. The revision resulted in a savings of $11.7 million in ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds from this project, which could be reallocated by the legislature for other allowable programs. Finally, the subcommittee recommended approval for the revisions of the ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds of $4.8 million in fiscal year 2024 to fund the renovation of the Stein Forensic Facility and $10 million in fiscal year 2024 for the Recuperative Care Center project. The next budget, Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services, budget account 3162, the subcommittee recommended approval of the updated March 2023 caseload projections of $443,524 in general fund reductions over the 2023-25 biennium, including eliminating 3 vacant psychiatric caseworker positions. The subcommittee also recommended not approving Decision Unit M203 resulting from the updated March 2023 caseload projections, thereby retaining 1 existing psychiatric nurse position. As recommended by the governor, the subcommittee recommended approval to include new language in the Appropriations Act to allow the Division of Public and Behavioral Health to transfer general fund appropriations between the 3 behavioral health 24/7 facilities, Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services, Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services, and the Lakes Crossing Center, upon recommendation by the governor and with approval by the Interim Finance Committee. The next budget, Crisis Response, budget account 3165, the subcommittee recommended approval of $28.4 million in new telecom fees over the 2023-25 biennium and a change in the funding source of 1 existing clinical program planner position and associated costs, as recommended by the governor, and recommended approval of placing the unobligated new telecom fee revenues in a reserve, contingent upon passage and approval of Senate Bill 237 or other enabling legislation. The subcommittee recommended approval of $1.5 million in new telecom fees over the 2023-25 biennium to fund 10 new full-time positions, including 1 health program manager, 3 health program specialists, 1 public information officer, 2 management analysts, 1 quality assurance specialist, 1 accounting assistant, and 1 administrative assistant, positioned to manage the operations of the Crisis Response Program. And this is contingent upon passage and approval of Senate Bill 237 or other enabling legislation. The subcommittee also recommended approval for revisions to the ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds in the base budget of $2 million in fiscal year 2024 for the crisis counselors for the Nevada Resilience Project, $3.3 million in fiscal year 2024 for the 988 Crisis Call Center and Care Traffic Control Hub, and $19.8 million over the 2023-25 biennium to fund the crisis stabilization centers, and $3.9 million in fiscal year 2024 for the crisis triage, residential treatment, and inpatient care services. The next budget is Behavioral Health Administration, budget count 3168. As recommended by the governor, the subcommittee recommended approval of 1 new full-time administrative service officer totaling $317,546 in behavioral health cost allocation reimbursement charges and $516 in Medicaid administration charges over the 2023-25 biennium. The new administrative service officer would function as the chief financial officer to provide fiscal oversight for the behavioral health budgets. The subcommittee also recommended approval of revisions to the ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds of $628,494 in fiscal year 2024, based on the agency's updated projections to support the upgrade for the electronic health record systems to the to the NX platform project. The next budget, behavioral health prevention and treatment, budget account 3170. The subcommittee recommended approval of the revisions to the ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds of $74,972 in fiscal year 2024 to continue the grants to Moxie Up for staffing to assist middle and high school youth. $1.8 million in fiscal year 2024 to continue the assertive community treatment and forensic assertive community treatment programs, and $964,276 in fiscal year 2024 for the newborn screening panel to include a voluntary opiate exposure test. The next budget, health statistics and planning, budget account 3190. The subcommittee recommended approval to approval of reserve reductions of $339,135 over the 2023-25 biennium to fund the conversion of 4 contract positions to full-time positions, including 1 accounting assistant, 1 administrative assistant, and 2 management analysts, and 1 management analyst to provide administrative support, oversight, training of administrative staff, and support for digitalizing paper death and birth records. The next budget is environmental health services, budget account 3194. Due to budget solvency concerns, the subcommittee recommended approval of the elimination of 1 vacant environmental health specialist, 1 vacant administrative assistant in the base budget with an offsetting increase to reserves of $109,005 in fiscal year 2024, $223,297 in fiscal year 2025, as recommended by the governor. The subcommittee also recommended approval of the governor's recommendation to eliminate 2 vacant environmental health specialists with an offsetting increase to reserves of $357,948 and reduction of federal revenue of $21,337 over the 2023-25 biennium, resulting from decreased workload related to the formation of the new Central Nevada Health District. The next budget is healthcare facility regulations, budget account 3216. The subcommittee recommended approval of ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds totaling $4.5 million in fiscal year 2024 and $3.4 million in fiscal year 2025, based on updated agency projections to continue support of the nurse apprenticeship program. The revision resulted in a savings of $9.4 million in ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds from this project, which could be reallocated by the legislature for other allowable programs. The next budget, in health investigations epidemiology, budget account 3219, the subcommittee recommended approval of ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds totaling $2.2 million in fiscal year 2024 and $1.9 million in fiscal year 2025 as adjusted, to continue support for the genomic infectious disease tracking and the public health infrastructure workforce pipeline projects. Pursuant to the direction provided by the money committees during the April 4th, 2023 ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds work session, fiscal staff added a technical adjustment to include ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds reserve category to reserve public health infrastructure workforce pipeline expenditures totaling $2.4 million projected to be needed in the fiscal year 2025-27 biennium. The next budget is chronic disease budget, budget account 3220. The subcommittee recommended approval of $3.4 million in Healthy Nevada fund revenue transferred from the state treasurer and the grants management unit budget, and associated expenditures in each year of the 2023-25 biennium, inclusive of budget amendment A231413-220 and adjustments to align with the Healthy Nevada Fund spending plan. The next budget, Office of Health Administration 3223, the subcommittee recommended approval of reserve reductions of $197,589 and cost allocation charges of $600,473 over the 2023-25 biennium to support 4 new full-time positions and associated costs, including 3 information technology professional positions and 1 personnel analyst position. The subcommittee recommended approval of $17.1 million in ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds in the base budget as adjusted over the 2023-25 biennium to transfer to the new public health improvements budget to subaward to local public health departments. The next budget is Community Health Services 3224. The subcommittee recommended approval to decrease county assessment fee revenue by $585,452, increase federal revenue by $265,044, increase general fund appropriations by $195,269, and decrease expenditures by $125,139 over the 2023-25 biennium to align revenues and expenditures as a result of over budgeting county assessment fee revenue. The subcommittee also recommended approval of the governor's recommendation totaling $3.3 million in ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds over the 2023-25 biennium to support reproductive health programs. Pursuant to the direction provided by the money committees during the April 4th, 2023 ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds work session, fiscal staff added a technical adjustment to include an ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds reserve category to reserve reproductive health program expenditures totaling $2.8 million, projected to be needed in fiscal year 2025-27 biennium. The next budget, Public Health Improvements, budget account 3234. The subcommittee recommended approval of a new public health improvements budget to account for revenues and expenditures related to the public health systems programs, and recommended approval of ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds of $14 million in fiscal year 2024 and $3.1 million in fiscal year 2025 as adjusted, transferred from the Office of Health Administration budget. The next budget is Lakes Crossing Center, budget account 3645. The subcommittee recommended approval of the revision to the ARPA coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds of $783,475 in fiscal year 2024 and $592,616 in fiscal year 2025, based on updated projections from the agency to fund the replacement security camera system and the door access control system projects. The subcommittee recommended the following division of public and behavioral health budgets as recommended in the executive budget. Radiation control, budget account 3101. Low-level radioactive waste fund, budget account 3152. Problem gambling, budget account 3200. And immunization program, budget account 3213. WIC food supplement, budget account 3214. And communicable diseases, budget account 3215. Healthcare facilities admin penalty budget, 3217. Public health preparedness program, 3218. Maternal, child, and adolescent health service budget account 3222. Emergency medical services, 3235. Alcohol tax program, budget account 3255. Rural clinics, budget account 3648. Marijuana health registry, budget account 4547. The subcommittee also recommended approving technical adjustments noted by staff and authorize fiscal staff to make other technical adjustments to the Division of Public and Behavioral Health budgets as needed, including any adjustments that would result based on pending legislation as necessary. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. Members, any questions? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion from Senator Don Darrell Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Hagee. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. And with that, members, we will move on to the Department of Motor Vehicles. I'm sorry, you can start at any time you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Yes, it's still morning. Members of the committee, Liliana Camacho-Polco, Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. I'm here to present the Joint Subcommittee on Public Safety, Natural Resources, and Transportation closing report for the Department of Motor Vehicles. The Joint Subcommittee on Public Safety, Natural Resources, and Transportation has completed its review of the budgets for the Department of Motor Vehicles, or DMV. The closing actions recommended by the members of the subcommittee resulted in an increase of highway fund appropriations of $8.3 million in fiscal year 2024 and $7.1 million in fiscal year 2025. The closing actions recommended by the members of the subcommittee resulted in no changes in general fund appropriations in either year of the 2023-25 biennium. For the administrative cap, historically, Nevada Revised Statutes 408.235 limited the DMV from expending more than 22% of highway fund collections on administration, excluding gasoline tax revenue that is not subject to this limitation. Prior legislatures increased this administrative cap to 27% due to the increased expenditures associated with the implementation of the Department Transformation Effort project that would replace the DMV's current mainframe computer system. The increased administrative cap is currently scheduled to sunset at the end of fiscal year 2026, or June 30th, 2026. To calculate the administrative cap, fiscal staff determined the highway fund appropriations based on the subcommittee's recommendation and the one-time highway fund appropriations recommended by the governor. Additionally, the governor recommends an 8 to 10%, depending on the position, cost of living adjustment, COLA, in fiscal year 2024 and a 4% COLA in fiscal year 2025 for most state employees and a 1-grade increase for certain DMV law enforcement positions. Fiscal staff estimates that additional highway fund appropriations totaling $6.6 million in fiscal year 2024 and $10.5 million in fiscal year 2025 would be required to fund these COLAs and grade increases. Based on the subcommittee's recommendations to close the department's budget and including the $6.6 million and $10.5 million in highway fund appropriations for salary increases in the calculation of the DMV administrative cap, the department would be over the historic 22% cap by $268,893 in fiscal year 2024, but would be under the historic 22% cap by $5.3 million in fiscal year 2025. However, the DMV would be under the current administrative cap of 27% by $21.1 million in fiscal year 2024 and $27.3 million in fiscal year 2025. For the Department Transformation Effort, budget account 4716, The subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation as amended by Budget Amendment A230604716 and with various technical adjustments to continue the department transformation effort project for an estimated cost of $73.1 million over the 2023-25 biennium. The subcommittee recommended the project be funded with Highway Fund appropriations and recommended language be included in the 2023 Appropriations Act authorizing the transfer of Highway Fund appropriations between fiscal years in this budget with interim Finance Committee approval. The subcommittee also recommended approval of the continuation of 29 state positions and 32 Master Service Agreement contractors in fiscal year 2024 and 28 Master Service Agreement contractors in fiscal year 2025. The subcommittee recommended approval of various contracts, software, and mainframe expenditures totaling $28.1 million in fiscal year 2024 and $25.7 million in fiscal year 2025. However, the subcommittee recommended the fiscal year 2025 funding of $25.4 million for contract expenditures be placed in reserves, which would require the department to request interim Finance Committee approval before expending that funding. Finally, the subcommittee recommended the issuance of a letter of intent requiring semi-annual reports to the interim Finance Committee on the status of the department's transformation effort project. For automation, budget account 4715, the subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation for Highway Fund appropriations of $1.7 million over the 2023-25 biennium to continue funding for 4 information technology, or IT, contract positions and associated operating expenditures to assist with support of the DMV legacy IT system. The department indicated once the new system is implemented, it would no longer require staff with skills in the outdated programming languages used by its legacy IT system. As such, the subcommittee also recommended the DMV be directed to remove these contract expenditures from the adjusted base budget for 2025-27 biennium. For the Administrative Services Division, budget account 4745, the subcommittee recommended approval of the department's revised fiscal year 2024 credit card fee projections of $11.2 million in both fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025, and providing the department with authority in the 2023 Appropriations Act to transfer Highway Fund appropriations up to $2 million between each fiscal year in the 2023-25 biennium to fund credit card fees with interim Finance Committee approval. When compared to the amounts in the executive budget, this recommendation resulted in a decrease in Highway Fund appropriations of $1.6 million over the 2023-25 biennium. For compliance enforcement, budget account 4740, the subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation for Highway Fund appropriations of $260,803 over the 2023-25 biennium for 2 new motor vehicle appraiser positions and associated expenditures to assist customers with the sale of vehicles with liens, inspect, assign, and restore vehicle identification numbers, assist with the registration and licensing of vehicles, and conduct motor vehicle appraisals. The addition of the 2 new motor vehicle appraiser positions would allow the 2 existing DMV services manager positions, which currently handle these duties, additional time to focus on their supervisory duties. For License Plate Factory, budget account 4712, the subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation as amended and with various technical adjustments for expenditures of $9 million, excluding reserves over the 2023-25 biennium for the production of license plates. Due to the supply chain issue for materials, the subcommittee recommended approval of an increase in the cost for materials for manufacturing license plates of 4%, as well as Budget Amendment A231334712 with technical adjustments. This budget amendment reflects the elimination of the 8-year license plate reissuance requirements as proposed in Assembly Bill 457 and reduced license plate fee revenue by $381,874, reduced special plate cost allocation revenue by $56,599, and reduced reserves by $203,140 over the 2023-25 biennium. For verification of insurance, the subcommittee recommended approval of the vehicle reinstatement registration fee revenue of $717,600 in each year of the 2023-25 biennium for the new cloud-based motor vehicle insurance verification system. The DMV currently performs vehicle insurance verification with a department-developed solution called the Nevada Liability Insurance Validated Electronically, or NV-Live, system through its current legacy system. The new cloud-based system would replace NV-Live and integrate with the new platform that would be deployed through the Department Transformation Effort Project. For the record search budget account 4711, the subcommittee recommended approval of the governor's recommendation for record search charge revenue of $149,000 over the 2023-25 biennium to fund a new address verification service. The new address verification service would integrate with a new platform that would be deployed through the Department Transformation Effort. The subcommittee recommended closing the following DMV budgets as recommended in the executive budget with minor or technical adjustments. Director's Office, budget account 4744. Hearings, budget account 4732. Motor Vehicle Pollution Control, budget account 4722. Central Services, budget account 4741. Field Services, budget account 4735. Motor Carrier Division, budget account 4717. And Research and Project Management, budget account 4742. The subcommittee also recommended approving technical adjustments noted by staff and authorized fiscal staff to make other technical adjustments to the DMV budgets as needed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Senator Titus.
First, a comment. Thank you, Madam Chair. First comment and then a question. First, thank you for removing the mandate of the 8-year reissuance of these plates. I never supported that concept to begin with. Question. So much of our highway funds are dependent on matching federal funds. And I'm just wondering, since I wasn't in the subcommittee, with all these decision units using this money in this manner, are we losing any federal funds to actually build roads?
Thank you for the questions, Senator Titus. Liliana Camacho Poco for the record. I would have to take a look at that so I don't give you the incorrect information.
And I understand that nobody's here today, but I would
Well,
really...
DMV is here today. We can
Are they?
invite them to the table to answer the question.
So I don't know if it's DMV or NDOT that would be able to tell me more.
And NDOT is not in the room, so. But our subcommittee chair may have a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the question. So far, we have not closed the Department of Transportation's budget yet, but there has been no, at this point, there's been no proposed reduction in any of NDOT's budget proposals based on the decision units in the DMV's budget. So even though there is an increase in highway fund, there's actually many different budgetary aspects that utilize highway fund. We were just going through DPS, Highway Patrol utilizes highway fund dollars, and we had some modifications within some of those budget decisions and that are having some upward and downward impacts on highway fund. But so far, with all of these decisions and amendments that have been brought forward, there has not been a reduction in highway fund dollars allocated to NDOT projects.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, and thank you for the question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, then I will accept a motion to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Assemblywoman Hadeghi. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. And with that, members, that was the last item on our, well, almost the last item on our agenda. We have public comment. I gave the number out at the beginning of our meeting. It's 888-475-4499. The meeting ID is 88249-290513, and then press pound. If we have anyone here in Carson City that would like to make public comment, I invite you to the table to fill the seats. I think we lost the one person we had with us in Las Vegas, so I don't think there's anyone in Las Vegas to make public comment, but we will start here in Carson City.
Good afternoon. Now it's afternoon, yes.
Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno and Chair Ladera Loop and fellow committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with all of you this afternoon. My name is Oscar Delgado. I'm the CEO of Community Health Alliance, a federally qualified health center, FQHC, in Washoe County. I'm here with two of my team members, Jennifer Wheeler, who's our Chief Clinical Officer, and Dr. Maria Fernandez, who's our Medical Director. We're here on behalf of nearly 27,000 patients, nearly 300 healthcare professionals, and hope that all of you will consider supporting our desire to acquire our Wells Avenue Health Center with COVID relief funds. The services CHA provides includes primary medical care, behavioral health, dental services, HIV testing and screening, a prescription food bank program, pharmacy services, a women and reproductive health services. As a federally qualified health center, CHA does not turn anybody away in their inability to pay, their insurance status, or immigration status. Last year, 86% of our patients were women and children. 58% of our patients reported having incomes at or below 200% of the federal poverty line, and more than 600 of our patients reported being homeless. Our Wells Health Center is our largest health center, serving more than 12,000 unique patients a year. CHA currently leases its facilities on Wells. Like many other lessees, CHA's current lease is tied to the Consumer Price Index, which means that there have been significant rental increases over the past couple of years due to inflation. Unfortunately, CHA's Medicaid encounter rate has not kept up with pace with inflation, meaning that CHA may have to look at reducing certain services in order to maintain financial sustainability. Also, CHA is at the mercy of our landlord. While CHA's relationship with our current landlord is positive, it is always possible the landlord may choose to sell our property, and a new owner may not be willing to work as closely with us as our current landlord does. This would mean that more than 12,000 patients would suddenly have to find a new medical home. No doubt many of those patients would be forced to seek services at one of our local emergency departments. My hope is that CHA would be able to purchase the Wells Health Center with your support. As you all know, COVID revealed an already blaring issue is that we need more access to healthcare, not less, especially within our most vulnerable communities. I respectfully hope that you'd consider granting us or sitting down with me and my team over the next week or two to talk about what that purchase could look like, what the opportunity in terms of support from the community would look like in order that we can have financial stability and look to expand our current facility to provide more services for our community. Thank you so much for your time, and more than importantly, thank you for your service. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you so much. You can go ahead. Remember to state your name for the record. Turn on your mic.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Wheeler. I'm the Chief Clinical Officer. Good afternoon, Chair Monroe Moreno, Chair Dondero Loop, and fellow committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. As Mr. Delgado stated, Community Health Alliance serves the most vulnerable population in Washoe County. The acquisition of this campus would allow our organization to be able to expand our medical, dental, mental health, and pharmacy services to approximately 7,000 additional unduplicated patients in the Washoe County area. In addition, that would allow us to provide up to 20,000 appointment slots for our community. We'd also be able to continue to provide services, additional ancillary services such as our food pantry, our WIC program. In short, we would love to provide a permanent home to our patients, our providers, and our community.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Monroe Moreno and Chair Dondero Loop and fellow community members. My name is Maria Fernandez. I'm a family medicine physician and medical director at Community Health Alliance. I supervise 35 providers at Community Health Alliance, and I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the services we provide. I consider our Wells location kind of like the mothership of all of our 7 locations. When you walk through the door, you can access our pediatric providers, you can access our family medicine providers, you can access our dental providers, we have behavioral health, we have a food pantry, and we have a pharmacy. And so when I see a newborn or when I take care of any patient that walks through the door, because we do not stop anyone based off of their insurance, we take anyone and everyone, I am able to take care of the newborn, able to connect them to our WIC services. I'm able to connect the mother to our reproductive health services in order for her to be able to plan, family plan and receive all the care around reproductive health. And then when they ask, can I bring my tia, can I bring my tío, can I bring my grandpa, can I bring everyone? I say absolutely yes, we do not turn anyone away. So I would like you to consider, as we take care of all of our chronic disease diabetics and provide them all of the appropriate medication through our pharmacy. And I'm able to take care of my patients with rheumatoid arthritis and get them onto expensive monoclonal antibodies through our pharmacy when they cannot get into rheumatology. I would ask you to consider allowing us to expand our services and continue access for our patients at our Wells location. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much to all three of you for joining us here today. I don't see anyone in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have a caller on the line?
To provide public comment, please press *9 now.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and the hardworking committee. This is Dora Martinez, representing the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. We, as people with disability, we ditto the prior public commenters. We, some of my members who are disabled, utilizes the Community Health Alliance. Since the Chief Director Delgado took over, it has been really accessible to us, and we love the location, so we encourage you all to work with them. And the neighborhood is great. We only hope that RTC, the bus transportation, was still servicing that area. But since it doesn't, the Community Health Alliance staff work with people with disability to get transportation to that location. And just a big shout out to Speaker. They have great panderias that does accommodate donuts too. And I appreciate all your help. Thank you so much. Please support them. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers?
There are no other callers at this time.
Thank you so much. Members, we had a Waze meeting the other night, and there was one caller that called in public comment, and our timer cut him off early. I did call him to apologize that he did not get his full 2 minutes of time, and I told him that I would make the apology in our next public meeting. So we are sorry. When you call back in, you'll get your full 2 minutes. So with that, members, this meeting is adjourned.